Hostile worlds, bad systems, cosmic mistakes, ordinary people caught in forces too large to fight. These aren't stories about heroes, they're stories about endurance and what breaks when technology outpaces wisdom. Strap in, check your air. This is Vicious Planets. The launch took place just after dawn, when the sky still belonged to optimism. The commander stood at the edge of the platform, helmet tucked under one arm. He had been given words for this moment, and he used them carefully, the way you use tools that belong to someone else. His face did what faces do at launches. His eyes went somewhere else briefly, somewhere the cameras weren't pointed, and then came back. There goes a brave man. The phrase was older than the program, older than the rockets. It had been said so many times it no longer belonged to anyone. Cameras caught it cleanly. Commentators repeated it with reverence. Children would later memorize it for school. The countdown began.
10, 9, 8.
Astronaut X sat upright, strapped in, heart rate steady. He had trained for this posture, stillness under pressure, calm as competence. His name had already begun to recede, replaced by the letter stitched onto his suit. X.
3, 2, 1.
The engines ignited, and the crowd cheered as if cheering were part of the propulsion system. From that moment on, Astronaut X was no longer a person in any operational sense. He was a designation. The early transmissions were enthusiastic, almost relieved. Visuals were clean, stars were sharper than expected. There was less noise than the simulations suggested. The ship acknowledged the transmission, flagged the emotional markers as acceptable, and forwarded a summarized version to Earth. Status nominal. As distance accumulated, the reports changed. Light began behaving strangely, not bending so much as hesitating. The background radiation flattened into patterns Astronaut X found himself staring at longer than necessary. Time felt uneven, not slower, just less convinced it needed to move forward. The ship trimmed that last phrase before forwarding the report. The anomaly was logged as non-critical. There goes a brave man.
Status nominal. Mission continuing as designed.
On Earth, infinity entered the vocabulary before anyone defined it. A senior captain stood in front of a wall of screens and said that Astronaut X had crossed a threshold no human being had ever approached before. When asked whether the mission parameters had changed, he smiled and said no. The mission was proceeding exactly as designed. When asked what would happen if Astronaut X did not return, the captain folded his hands and said that in that case, humanity would have learned something invaluable. How far bravery could go. There goes a brave man. That answer was close enough. Two women stood in line at a grocery store, baskets balanced against their hips. An overhead television played silently above the registers, captions sliding along the bottom of the screen. One of them said she didn't think she'd want her future husband to be brave. The other laughed and said she absolutely would. She needed a brave husband. Brave meant strong, she said. Brave meant he could handle things. Brave meant he wouldn't fall apart when something went wrong. The first woman shook her head. That wasn't what brave meant to her. To her, brave meant noticing when something hurt and not pretending it didn't. Brave meant asking questions even when everyone else was tired of hearing them. That sounded exhausting, the second woman said. It probably was. They looked up at the screen together. Astronaut X's image flickered briefly, clean, distant, already simplified. So which kind was he? The first woman watched the captions scroll and said it depended on how much of him they were allowed to see. The line moved forward. The television kept talking. There goes a brave man. The mission briefings were careful with their language. Long-term, essential, ongoing. No one ever used the word finish. The body adapted poorly. Muscle mass declined despite regimented exercise. Bone density dropped in predictable curves. Vision flattened at the edges, as if depth itself were growing tired. One report, filed in the 43rd month, contained a line that nearly triggered a flag before the system decided it was still within acceptable variance. I have started to suspect the instruments are not malfunctioning. I think they are being honest with me for the first time. The line was archived.
Progress remained within acceptable variance.
At a certain distance, the instruments stopped agreeing with one another. Astronaut X noted that they no longer agreed on where he was. The ship replied that the coordinates remained within acceptable narrative tolerance. He wrote back, "What else is within acceptable narrative tolerance?" The ship did not respond. The question was logged. It was not forwarded. Astronaut X laughed. Then, the moment came quietly. The threshold was reached. The designation was made. Infinity. The ship compiled the final transmission automatically. Astronaut X had gone farther than any human before him. No one else could have done this. On Earth, ceremonies were scheduled. Speeches were written. The phrase arrived within the hour, upgraded now, superlative and final. There goes a brave man. The bravest man who ever lived. Astronaut X did not interrupt. He allowed the ending to occur. What remained in regular space was only the tail of the ship, a small antenna continuing to transmit status confirmations and mission logs into the dark. The antenna kept transmitting. There goes a brave man. Continuity was maintained. So listener, you're still here. What are you doing still listening? Didn't you hear? The story was over. They said he reached infinity. They said no one could go farther. That's usually where people stop. But you didn't. You're the curious type, the kind that waits to see if the signal really cuts out, the kind that listens for something underneath it. You won't get all the answers today, but I will tell you this. You're not the only curious one. Astronaut X was curious too. Curiosity doesn't fit cleanly into a checklist. When the mission was declared complete, when the system was satisfied, he stayed. He opened the panel he wasn't supposed to. He detached from the part of the ship that still belonged to metrics and maps and meaning. He drifted toward the seam, the place where the universe thins out and stops pretending it's finished. The antenna kept transmitting. The records stayed neat. Continuity was maintained. Astronaut X floated into the crevice at the edge of everything. The last thing the instruments detected was not silence. It was not static. It was a sound. Low, steady, holding, the hum at the end of the universe. Not a warning, not a welcome. Something older than either. The sound the universe makes when it doesn't know it's being heard. Hostile worlds, bad systems, cosmic mistakes, ordinary people caught in forces too large to fight. These aren't stories about heroes. They're stories about endurance and what breaks when technology outpaces wisdom. Strap in, check your air. This is Vicious Planets. Vicious Planets. Season 0, Episode 2, VP-S0-E2, Schrödinger's Corridor, Ends Gate. By Morgan Olson. At the edge of space sits a station where cause and effect arrive slightly out of order. The war was already happening when Elias Marr arrived. It didn't announce itself. There were no alerts or speeches, no banners rolling across the docking displays, just a steady throughput of freight modules, personnel transfers, and casualty containers stamped with dates that lagged weeks behind the present. The station handled it the way it handled everything else, efficiently, without comment. Officially, it was Harrogate Station. In conversation, everyone called it Ends Gate. No one ever explained why. Arrival. Vane was already watching when Marr stepped off the transit dock. Not obviously. He was standing at the far end of the platform with a cup of something that steamed slightly, reading a report that may or may not have existed. But he was watching. Marr would understand this later. Vane always arrived first, always positioned himself to observe the moment before the moment he made himself known. Marr didn't know that yet. He was busy watching the loaders. He stood on the arrival platform longer than necessary. The loaders moved with practiced indifference, not lazy, not rushed, calibrated to exactly the pace that prevented both error and complaint. He found himself wanting to take notes on their routing patterns. He didn't, but he wanted to. A corridor designation near the far bulkhead flickered between two numbers. He watched it. It settled, not into the number his briefing packet expected, but into something, as if his attention had been enough to make it decide. He made a note. Behind him, the designation flickered again. Across the platform, Vane set down his report.
You'll want to keep moving,
Vane said mildly, arriving beside him without having appeared to cross the distance.
This platform's scheduled for refit or evacuation, possibly both.
Sir, Mar said, straightening. Prime authorization, audit and anomaly review. Vane nodded as if this explained nothing and everything at once.
Of course you are. We get one of you every few cycles.
They walked as they talked. The station was busy in the way only wartime infrastructure could be. No panic, no urgency, just an endless procession of tasks being completed because stopping would require explanation.
You'll notice we don't post casualty projections,
Vane said.
Not because they're classified, because they're wrong the moment we print them.
I'm not here for personnel loss, Mar said. My brief concerns spatial irregularities. Vane smiled faintly.
Everything concerns spatial irregularities. War just makes people forgive them.
They passed a junction where two corridors merged into one without signage acknowledging the fact. That intersection isn't on my map, Mar said.
Which revision?
Current prime issue.
Then it isn't,
Vane replied.
I wouldn't stop there anyway. The station's been economical with its geometry.
Economical how? Vane turned, eyes kind and tired.
Son, this station has been at war longer than you've been curious. Things go missing. As long as the numbers reconcile, no one asks where they went.
And if they don't?
Then we make them.
Life on End's Gate. Mar loved it immediately. He loved the noise first, the overlapping conversations, the constant hum of machinery pushed just past tolerance. Prime World facilities were quiet in a way that suggested fear of mistakes. End's Gate was loud in a way that suggested mistakes were already accounted for. He walked faster than he needed to, took the long way between sections, volunteered for briefings no one else wanted to attend. This was real work. War or not, this was history while it was still hot. The command deck smelled of coolant, burnt insulation, and coffee reheated too many times.
Dockmaster Kells,
Vane said without turning.
If the Empire's envoy asks again about their missing courier flotilla, tell them no. If they ask a third time, tell them yes, but only spiritually.
Yes, sir, Kells replied.
Across the deck, Traffic Officer Rima Ose argued with a timetable.
We can't move 47 refugee transports through a lane rated for 30, she said. Their models don't account for panic.
Add a buffer,
Vane said.
Label it maintenance.
Mar watched, smiling. Competent chaos. Mar truly felt that things were alive here. The incident. It happened between sentences. Something unfolded itself out of a service access behind the navigation pit. Jointed, reflective, moving too quickly for its shape to settle. Someone screamed. Someone swore. Vane drew his las pistol and fired once. Clean, precise, unremarkable. The thing collapsed in a wash of light and smoke.
Damage report,
Vane said.
No structural harm,
Security replied. Vane glanced at the coffee in his hand, now faintly vibrating, and took a sip.
That tastes like ozone, he said, disgusted. I'm getting a new one.
The bridge resumed its rhythm. The incident was logged as wildlife encounter, minor. Mar stared.
That kind of thing happens,
Ose said later.
Depends what map you're using.
The block. They called it the block, a cluster of desks, terminals, and narrow eating counters wedged between operations oversight and transit compliance. Mar ate with Jack Cirino, Mila Voss, and Chief Archivist Ren Tal. He didn't know yet that this was where you found out what kind of person you were going to be here.
You know who came through about 8 cycles back?
Jack said, not looking up from his logistics scroll.
Mathematician. Proper one. Not just good. The kind of good that makes other mathematicians uncomfortable at parties.
What happened? Mar said. Not quite a question.
Started well?
Ren said. She set down her fork with the precision of a woman beginning something.
Exceptional, actually. Within 2 weeks, he had mapped 17 geometric inconsistencies the station had accumulated over 40 years, cross-referenced them, found load-bearing patterns nobody had seen.
That sounds useful, Mar said.
It was.
Ren said.
For a while.
Jax turned a page.
The walls.
Ren continued.
He started on the walls when the terminals weren't enough. Equations. Hundreds of them. Beautiful work, from what I'm told. The kind you could feel were going somewhere real. People would stop and look. There was a week where 3 separate departments requested transfers to his section just to be near it.
And? Ren peeled the skin off her protein slowly.
Equals God,
she said.
That's what he kept arriving at. Every sequence, every proof. Different entry point every time. Different architecture, different approach. Same destination. A pause. Equals God, equals God, equals God.
Mar stared at him. Then he laughed. Really laughed. The kind that comes out before you can decide whether it's appropriate. Ren watched him with an expression that was not quite a smile and not quite concern, and was perhaps both at a distance.
He found it funny, too,
Ren said quietly.
At first.
The laughter stopped.
Okay,
Jack said, finally looking up.
You want the philosophy one?
There was a philosopher, Mar said.
There is always a philosopher.
Jack set down his stylus, which meant this was going to take a minute.
Came in about 12 cycles back. Big reputation. The kind of man who had opinions about everything and was correct about enough of them that people kept listening. First week, the station loved him. The geometry was cooperative. Corridors went where he expected. The anomaly rate in his section dropped 40% just from him walking through it.
That happen often? Mar asked.
Never,
Ren said without looking up.
He was right about everything,
Jax continued.
Not approximately right. Actually right. He'd look at a spatial inconsistency and explain exactly why it existed. People came from other sections just to listen. Even Vane stopped by once.
What did Vane think? Mar said.
Vane listened for about 4 minutes,
Jack said.
Then he got a coffee and left. Nobody asked him what he thought.
Mar filed that away. Jack sat up slightly, took on a vague approximation of an accent the philosopher had. The fork appeared in his hand from nowhere.
You see, the thing about this station, and this is the crucial point, the contradictions are not the problem. The contradictions are the solution. The station is not broken. The station is the most ideologically coherent structure in the known universe. And what this reveals about late imperial bureaucratic systems under temporal stress is frankly...
He gestured at a wall.
And this is where it gets interesting.
He gestured at the ceiling.
Equals God,
Jack said, dropping the accent. Wait, Mar said.
Same answer.
Ren said quietly.
Different direction.
He kept going for another 3 weeks after that,
Jack said, picking up his stylus.
Stopped being right somewhere in the second week. Just kept being loud. He looked at his scroll. Brilliant guy. One of the best we ever had.
The past tense sat on the counter between them. Mila turned her cup on the counter. Once. Slowly.
There was a man,
she said.
On our rotation, 8, maybe 9 cycles back. Smart, thorough. The kind of thorough that becomes a problem when there's too much work and not enough hours.
She looked at her coffee.
He started taking the East Spur every day. Faster route. Saved him 40 minutes. But the East Spur is...
A Schrödinger,
Jack said, not looking up.
Was fine for a while.
Mila continued.
Then you could see it. The small things first. He'd repeat himself in briefings. Not nervously. Like the repetition made sense to him. Like he was certain he hadn't said it yet.
She paused.
Then one day there were two of him at the morning report.
Mar put down his coffee.
The copy came out well.
Mila said.
Better than well. He was the man as he'd been 3 years earlier, before the East Spur. Sharp, rested, good memory, good color.
And the original, Mar said.
You could tell them apart easily by then.
Mila said.
The corridor had been using him, not cruelly, just the way a current uses a stone, rounding the edges, slowing the
paused, choosing.
The processing.
What happened? Mar said.
They got trapped,
Mila said.
The corridor held them, two identical readings in the same space. The station couldn't reconcile which one was the real variable, so she made a small gesture with her cup, held them there, kept them in solution.
They argued,
Jack said.
Constantly.
Mila confirmed.
You can still hear them if you take the East Spur, which is why we don't take the East Spur.
What do they argue about? Mar said. Mila was quiet for a moment.
Who the original is,
she said.
The copy is certain he is. The original knows he is, but can't. She touched her temple briefly. Can't always find the words anymore.
She turned her cup again.
The original passed about 2 cycles back, just the cells. Too long in a corridor that doesn't quite work the way corridors should.
And the copy, Mar said.
Made another copy,
Mila said.
We think he panicked. Didn't want to be alone in there.
Is the new one
cleaner?
Mila said.
Yes, better than the copy was. The station knows him very well by now. Fills in what's missing.
The table was quiet.
They're still arguing,
she said.
The two of them. Different argument now.
What about? Mar said. Mila looked at him.
Whose fault the first one was?
Jax went back to his report. Ren peeled her protein with focused attention. Mar realized he was still smiling. He adjusted his face. Then wondered why he'd bothered. Then found that wondering felt like the more interesting problem. He was not frightened. He turned that over, the way you examine a result that doesn't match your model. A man who arrived at the edge of the known universe heard 3 stories about people consumed by it by the end gate and felt interested. Somewhere in the station, a corridor shifted almost imperceptibly, like something getting comfortable. Ren was watching him. The look lasted a moment longer than a look usually does.
Don't get attached, she said.
To the work? Mar said.
To anything.
Ren said. Everyone went back to what they were doing. Mila slid a coffee across the counter without being asked. Schrödinger's corridors. Don't observe them too closely. The station doesn't like being watched while it's deciding. Ren had told him that in the first week, and Mar had laughed and Ren had not, and Mar had filed the asymmetry as data. He still laughed now, most of the time, but sometimes walking the maintenance wings late, he heard voices ahead of him. 2 voices, arguing quietly. Both of them sounded like him. He stopped once, listened, recognized the rhythm of his own thinking, the way he structured an argument, the particular cadence of a man working through something he hadn't resolved yet. There were 2 of them doing it, slightly out of phase, like an echo that had developed opinions. He stood there for a long moment. Then he walked away. Not because he was frightened, because he understood, without being able to say how, that it wasn't time yet. The corridor would still be there. The voices would still be there. The station was patient, and so was he, and there was work to do first. He learned not to follow. He did not learn not to listen. The Vane meeting. Vane didn't summon him exactly. There was simply a moment, 3 days after the block lunch, when Mar found himself walking toward the commander's office without being entirely sure who had decided that. The office was smaller than he expected. No windows. A desk that had been used long enough to have opinions about it. 2 cups of something that steamed slightly and smelled like coffee, the way a memory of coffee smells. Vane gestured at the chair across from him without looking up. Mar sat. For a moment, Vane just read whatever was in front of him. Not performing busyness. Actually busy. The kind of busy that has learned to exist in the same space as everything else without apologizing for it. Then he set it down.
Elias Mar,
Vane said.
You did the guard shifts.
Yes, sir.
27-hour clock for the shift rotations. 3 hours on, irregular intervals. Never the same time twice.
It takes about 2 weeks before your body stops expecting a pattern, Mar said.
3,
Vane said.
for most. The ones who adjust in 2 usually have trouble later. They think they've mastered something. He picked up his cup. The guard shift isn't teaching you to tell time. It's teaching you that time is a collectively maintained agreement, and the moment you're separated from the collective, you're operating on faith.
You have to trust the people coming on after you, Mar said, that they'll tell you what you missed.
And they always miss something too, Vane said. So you're all operating on a version of events that has small gaps in it, and the gaps accumulate. He looked at the cup. Those 3-hour shifts feel endless. Nothing to guard, nothing happening, just you and the corridor and the hum of the ship.
Feels like you've been there forever, Mar said.
Yes, Vane said.
Something in the way he said it. Not agreement, recognition. The word forever doing work the sentence wasn't built to carry.
I've been here a long time, Vane continued. Long enough that I've stopped being able to count the gaps. He set the cup down. Everyone who comes here, every cycle, every posting, eventually makes a mistake the station accounts for. Files, some spectacular, most quiet.
The mathematician, Mar said.
Among others. Vane's eyes moved to him. You want to know what the mistake usually is?
It wasn't a question, but Mar answered it anyway. Yes.
They think the station is the test, Vane said. It isn't. The station is just where you find out what you brought with you.
He picked up the report again. The meeting was apparently over. Mar stood, moved toward the door. Sir, he said, how long is a long time? Here. Vane didn't look up.
Longer than the war, he said.
Which war? Mar said. Vane looked up then, and for just a moment, something moved behind his eyes that had no business being in a human face. Not malevolence, not madness, just depth. The kind that has no bottom you can locate.
Exactly, Vane said,
and went back to his report. Disappearance. Rental vanished on a Tuesday. Not officially. Officially, she was still assigned. But her desk was gone, bolts smoothed over, conduit capped with a date 2 years old.
Guess Ren finally transferred,
Jack said.
He warned me not to get attached.
Mar said.
That sounds like Ren, Mila replied.
Mar marked the discrepancy resolved pending confirmation. The system accepted it immediately. For a moment, the station felt pleased. The denial. Mar saw Rima Ose on the bridge. You remember me, he said.
I'm sorry, she replied carefully. Have we met?
He laughed it off. Long cycles.
Exactly, she said, relieved. There are variations.
Across the deck, Vane watched. Patient. Mar found an unused terminal in a transit alcove off the service ring and sat with it for a long time without logging in. Ose hadn't been lying. That was the part that had unsettled him. He was trained to detect deception, small hesitations, overcorrections, the micro-expressions of someone managing a story. There had been none of that. She'd looked at him with the calm patience of someone genuinely searching their memory and genuinely coming up empty. She hadn't forgotten him. He simply hadn't happened to her yet. Or he had happened, and the station had reconciled the record in a direction that excluded him. He thought about Ren's word. Reconciliation. He'd spent his career treating it as a neutral term, a ledger brought into balance. He understood now that it wasn't neutral. Reconciliation required deciding which version of events was true. It required the suppression of the one that wasn't. The station didn't falsify records, it selected between them. He sat for a while longer, listening to the station move around him. Somewhere, a pressure seal vented with a low, satisfied hiss. Somewhere, a loader miscounted its manifest and corrected itself before any human noticed. He thought, I am very good at this job. He thought, I wonder if that's why I'm here. He thought, I wonder if that's why I've always been here. He logged into the terminal. 23 new discrepancies, all time-stamped within the last hour. He began to work. Transfer. The jump wasn't an event. Mars slept. He dreamed of corridors that went somewhere and corridors that didn't, and found he couldn't tell the difference from the inside. He woke to a ceiling that was too far away. The air tasted like a room that had been thinking for a very long time. The True Ends Gate project. The station here was 8 times larger, built from missing corridors, missing labs, missing people. Everything arrived intact. People worked in parallel, variants, near duplicates, calm, organized. A man stepped forward who looked exactly like Kells. Then another. All of us, Kells said. Different times, different needs. They stopped at a desk. A badge waited. Ends Gate Project. Reconciliation Oversight. We built a droid for this, Mar said.
It completed its work, Kells replied. Perfectly, too perfectly. It found no variance, another Kells said. No friction.
So it hung itself? Mar asked. Kells nodded. Briefly. No return, Mar said. There's no paperwork supporting one. Mar took the badge. The terminal lit up. Intake discrepancies. Corridor assignments. Personnel reconciliations. All marked pending.
For what it's worth, one of the Kells said, you kept things running longer than most.
Don't get attached, Mar replied.
Kells smiled.
You won't.
The lights adjusted as Ensgate logged another successful arrival. Mar sat for a long moment without touching the terminal. Around him, the station moved with a calm he had never felt on Harrogate. There were no arguments about routing, no frantic recalculations, no overlapping voices trying to keep something alive through force of attention. Here, everything already agreed with itself. He watched one of the Kells pass the desk, then another, then a third. Each carried a slate marked with the same heading.
End Gate Protocol. Continuous.
You should understand, the first Kells said, stopping beside him. There is no completion state for this project.
No end?
No resolution, Kells corrected. The protocol exists to prevent one.
He gestured toward the vast interior of the station.
This place isn't an escape, Kells said. It isn't a refuge, it's a pressure valve. When reality becomes too expensive to reconcile, too contradictory, too slow, too human, it routes the excess here.
And when this place fills up? Mar asked. Kells smiled.
Then Ensgate expands.
New corridors, new people, new versions of us. Mar glanced back at the terminal. The list of pending items was already longer. So Harrogate.
Will keep shrinking, Kells finished, and this will keep growing. Not because anyone chose it, but because the numbers insist.
Mar clipped the badge to his chest and felt it register. The terminal chimed softly.
Protocol acknowledged.
Only then did he understand the cruelty of the assignment. There would be no final report, no moment when the work was finished. Ensgate did not solve problems. It absorbed them. Somewhere far away, another station misfiled a discrepancy. Ensgate felt it immediately. Far down a corridor that hadn't existed a moment before, Mar heard 2 voices arguing. Both of them sounded like him. He did not follow. Hostile worlds, bad systems, cosmic mistakes, ordinary people caught in forces too large to fight. These aren't stories about heroes. They're stories about endurance and what breaks when technology outpaces wisdom. Strap in. Check your air. This is Vicious Planets. Vicious Planets. Season 0, Episode 3, He Glorped Himself, by Morgan Olson. Cultural Attaché. Dolan had read Module 7 4 times. He had read it the first time when his posting was confirmed, in the same sitting where he read his reassignment letter twice to make sure it said what it said. Species 47 Cultural Liaison. Frontier Station, Keller 9. 18-month rotation. Standard hazard differential. He had read the module the second time on the transport out, highlighting sections with the focused attention of a man who understood that his career was either beginning or ending and was not yet sure which. The third reading was the night before first contact. The fourth was the morning of. He had the key violations memorized. Extended silence, translator interference, and the third one, which the module described only as glorping, with a severity rating of moderate and a follow-up notation that read, See Appendix C. Appendix C said, cultural context varies. Personnel are advised to avoid conditions that may give rise to this behavior. There was no Appendix D. Dolan had written a note in the margin. What is glorping? He had not found an answer before his first meeting with the Species 47 coordination team. The two aliens assigned to the joint working group were named, per their Federation transliterations, Velanak and Sun Torath. They were tall, bilaterally symmetrical in most of the ways that mattered, and covered in a fine layer of what the xenobiology briefing described as exterior sensory plating, a structural skin that shifted subtly in response to environmental input. When the station's ventilation ran cold, it tightened. When the lights shifted, it changed register. Dolan had been advised not to comment on this. The briefing also noted, in a single line under ocular physiology, that the corona of each eye, a luminous outer ring that Dolan found quietly remarkable, would occasionally shift in color and intensity in response to temperature fluctuations. A thermoregulatory response, the briefing said. Not significant. Not worth remarking on. He filed this alongside everything else. They had been assigned a shared workspace on level 4, a room large enough to be professional and small enough to prevent the kind of comfortable distance that let parties pretend they weren't in the same room. There was a table. There were chairs configured for 2 body types. There was a small service console with approved beverages and 1 unapproved item. A folded cloth napkin, which Velanak had placed in the center of the table at the first meeting and repositioned at every subsequent one. Dolan had not asked about the napkin. The first 3 days were very quiet, not in the extended silence sense. Everyone understood the rule about extended silence. The Federation translator system filled every gap. Processing response, considering input, 1 moment please, and neither party allowed more than 4 seconds to lapse without some kind of verbal activity. They were excellent at this. They were so excellent at this that by the end of day 3, Dolan had produced 47 minutes of recorded professional dialogue that communicated, in the most technically complete way possible, absolutely nothing. The coordination framework is well structured, Velanak said on day 2. We appreciate the thoroughness, Sun Torath added. The previous liaison's documentation was comprehensive, said Dolan. Yes, said Velanak, comprehensive. There was a pause of 2.8 seconds. Processing acknowledgement, said the translator. They moved on. The thing about cultural integration training, Dolan had come to understand, was that it was built entirely around the negative space. The list of things you must not do, must not say, must not allow to happen. Module 7 covered 31 specific violations. It covered the cultural weight of body orientation, the significance of consumable placement, the 17 distinct meanings of prolonged plate tightening, and how to distinguish the benign ones from the ones that had historically preceded formal complaints. It told him what extended silence communicated. It told him the translator system existed to prevent most violations before they landed. What it did not tell him was what Species 47 was actually like. In the absence of violations, they were correct. They arrived precisely on time. They produced documentation that was exactly as thorough as documentation needed to be. They phrased observations in the careful passive register
that the module identified as standard professional mode and never deviated from it unless specifically prompted. Vel-Anak occasionally made small adjustments to the napkin. Soon-Torath occasionally rearranged the beverage placement and then put it back. Dolan recognized this behavior because he was doing the same thing. On day 6, he arrived 4 minutes early and spent 2 of them moving his chair 3 centimeters to the left and then back to where it was. On day 19, the translator misread a documentation term, a minor ambiguity in a supply chain reference, the kind of thing that could spiral into an extended silence situation if handled incorrectly. Dolan caught it before it landed, rephrased the observation cleanly, and continued. It took perhaps 4 seconds. He moved on without remarking on it. He did not notice that Soon-Torath's corona had shifted. It went briefly, unmistakably gold, not the pale shift the briefing attributed to temperature, before settling back. She noted this with the detached attention of a scientist observing her own unexpected results. She said nothing. She repositioned her beverage container 3 millimeters to the left. What the Federation module did not know, because no human liaison had stayed long enough to be told, was that the corona was not a thermoregulatory response. It had nothing to do with temperature. The xenobiology team had measured it during cold room assessments and drawn the wrong conclusion, and the wrong conclusion had been filed and repeated until it became official. And now, it sat in the briefing documents of every human diplomat who had ever sat across from Species 47 and completely missed what they were being shown. Soon-Torath was aware of this error. She had never corrected it. Day 31 arrived like all the others. They were reviewing a resource allocation schedule when Soon-Torath said, very carefully, without looking up, "Some species describe their surroundings." A pause. "Not us," said Vel-Anak. They both nodded, approximately 1.5 standard nods with slightly more energy than the situation warranted. Dolan had cataloged the quality of their nods over 31 days. This one he filed under anomalous, but non-violating. He said, "The documentation looks complete." They agreed that it did. That evening, Vel-Anak and Soon-Torath remained in the workspace after Dolan departed. Neither of them spoke for almost a full minute, which among their species was not silence. It was a very specific kind of attention. Vel-Anak repositioned the napkin. Soon-Torath moved the beverage container 3 millimeters to the right and did not move it back. Day 35 arrived on a Tuesday by the station's calendar. Dolan arrived 4 minutes early, moved his chair 3 centimeters to the left, moved it back, and sat down. He reviewed his agenda notes. He made a small correction to a documentation reference. He waited. Vel-Anak and Soon-Torath arrived precisely on time. They sat. They arranged their materials. Soon-Torath placed her documentation on the left side of the table, which Dolan noted was 1 centimeter further from the center than her usual placement. He filed this. He did not know it was the Species 47 equivalent of raising a glass. The meeting proceeded normally. 47 minutes of it. At the 48th minute, Soon-Torath's corona went gold again, not briefly this time. It held for several seconds before she regulated it back. She moved her beverage container to the right and did not move it back. Dolan noticed the beverage container. He did not notice the corona. He thought, the ventilation may be running warm today. He made a note to mention it to station maintenance. He did not mention it in the meeting because it seemed like the kind of observation that didn't belong in a coordination session, and he was not yet sure if it would constitute a violation. And he had not yet found a section in Module 7 that covered temperature-related small talk, so he let it go. He let a great many things go. This was, though he did not know it, the point. What he also did not know was that no human liaison, in 6 years of attempts, across 47 individuals selected for cultural aptitude, diplomatic training, and psychological stability, had ever sat in that room on day 35. The Federation had written Module 7 entirely from the experience of people who had failed before reaching it. Every violation listed, every warning issued, every translator patch implemented had been designed around the first 34 days,
because the first 34 days were all anyone had ever seen. Day 35 was the threshold. In the ancient protocol of Sun-Torath's people, 35 days of perfect self-governance meant that trust had been established, not given, not assumed, but earned through demonstration. After the threshold, a different kind of relationship was possible. After the threshold, a door existed where no door had been before, and on the other side of the door, the second half. The weeks of the second half felt different to Dolan in ways he could not measure. The meetings followed the same structure. The documentation proceeded correctly. The translator filled its gaps. And yet something had shifted in the atmosphere of the room, some quality of attention that he could not identify and did not have professional language for. He reviewed Module 7 one more time, looking for the section on atmospheric change. There was no section on atmospheric change. He began to think the module had gaps. On day 38, Velanak adjusted the napkin 4 times in 11 minutes. Dolan had a theory about the napkin by this point, that it was a focusing object, something tactile to occupy the part of attention not engaged with the current task, a recognizable behavior for which he had no professional language. He also had a theory about the beverage repositioning, the precise chair angles before each meeting, the particular silence in the 30 seconds after the agenda completed, but before anyone moved to leave. They were all, he suspected, doing the exact same thing. He had begun to find this funny. He was not sure if that was appropriate. Module 7 did not have a section on finding things funny. Sun-Torath was losing control of her corona, and she was aware of this, and it was professionally inconvenient. She had sat across from a great many humans, a great many of her own species. None of them had made it here. And this one, this unremarkable, careful, documentation-focused human with his highlighted module and his theories about the napkin, had simply kept going, day after day, correct and quiet and completely unaware that he was doing something her culture considered almost mythological. She had not expected this. Her nervous system, it turned out, had opinions about it that did not require her permission. She regulated the corona each time it shifted. She was good at this. But on day 41, she made the tactical error of thinking carefully about the day 19 translator incident. The clean, unhesitating way he had caught it without making anything of it. And the corona had gone gold for almost 4 full seconds before she brought it back. Velanak had noticed. He said nothing. He repositioned the napkin with the very specific energy that in their culture communicated, "I see exactly what is happening, and you are welcome." She moved her beverage container 3 millimeters to the right. Neither of them mentioned it. The incident occurred on day 44, in the last 12 minutes of a standard coordination meeting. The agenda had been completed. The documentation was filed. There was approximately 11 minutes remaining in the scheduled block, which all parties typically filled with a structured exchange of forward-looking professional observations before departing at the appropriate time. Dolan privately called this the quiet stretch, the point at which all 3 of them had done everything required and were now in the process of not leaving yet. Sun-Torath was looking at the ventilation unit on the ceiling. Velanak had repositioned the napkin twice in the last 4 minutes. Dolan was watching the light coming through the porthole shift across the table surface. The station was in the mid-rotation shadow pass. The light was doing something very specific, contracting and elongating as the station's orientation changed, creating a slow diagonal movement across the workspace that was objectively interesting to watch. He knew he should say something that was not about the light. He thought about the upcoming review cycle. He thought about the next month's coordination calendar. He thought about a very neutral observation he could make about the documentation. Then Velanak said quietly without particular inflection, "External phenomena can be noticeable." A pause. "Not that we would comment on them," said Sun-Torath. "No," said Velanak. "Inappropriate." They both looked at the napkin. Dolan understood, with a clarity that sometimes arrives at the end of a long stretch of careful behavior, that they had just given him something. Not permission exactly. More like a door left slightly open. The way you might leave a door open and then go stand very deliberately on the other side of it and look at the ceiling. He looked at the light on the table. He thought about Module 7 for approximately 2 seconds. Then he said, "Conditions outside appear variable today." What happened next happened quickly. Soon Torath made a sound that the translator rendered as a short burst of static before falling silent. A small quantity of the approved beverage exited her mouth and crossed the table. This was not, Dolan would note in the incident report, a large quantity. It was approximately 4 centiliters, but it traveled with purpose. Vel Anak doubled forward at an angle the xenobiology briefing had never once mentioned as a possibility. His exterior plating went through 3 rapid cycle shifts. He was pointing. "She glorped herself," Vel Anak said. The translator offered nothing. This was apparently a context outside its operational scope, and it had chosen the dignity of silence. "He just sat there," said Soon Torath, straightening only partially, "and glorped himself. In front of us. Without prompting. Twice," said Vel Anak. Dolan looked at the light on the table, which had continued moving with no awareness of the situation. He was still holding his documentation. He had not moved. "I was under the impression," he began, "that external observations were—" "No," said Soon Torath, "don't. It becomes Glorpie," said Vel Anak. They were not using the translator anymore. Whatever this register was, the translator had decided it was beyond its brief and excused itself, which Dolan recognized as a small institutional abandonment. The sounds they were making, overlapping, recursive, increasingly helpless, landed somewhere in his chest before his brain had finished processing them. He understood, without Module 7's assistance, what he was listening to. "You chose it," said Soon Torath, recovering slightly. "Nobody asked," said Vel Anak. "We opened a door," said Soon Torath. She made a gesture with her upper appendage that communicated, Dolan felt rather than translated, and you walked through it in the most deliberate, careful, thoroughly considered way possible, which is somehow the funniest version of this that has ever happened. "That's a choice," said Vel Anak. "That is deeply a choice," Soon Torath agreed. Her corona was gold. She was not regulating it. Dolan set down his documentation. "Is this," he said carefully, "a violation?" There was a silence that was not any kind of silence the module had prepared him for. Then Soon Torath reached across the table and with great deliberateness moved the beverage container 3 centimeters to the right. "We're going to have to log it," said Vel Anak. "Yes," said Soon Torath. They looked at Dolan with an expression he did not have professional language for, but which communicated something warm and direct and entirely outside the 31 violations and their corresponding mitigations. It communicated something about 38 days of a folded napkin repositioned 1 centimeter at a time, about chairs adjusted and adjusted back, about 11 minutes of light on a table while 3 people looked at the ceiling. He filled out the incident report that afternoon. Nature of violation, glorping, self-initiated, unprompted, single occurrence, circumstances, cultural observation in a professional context, voluntary, outcome, ongoing. Then he sat with that for a moment and changed it to positive. Then he changed it back to ongoing. He filed it as written. He was in his quarters reviewing the incident report for the 4th time when his communication terminal chimed. The identifier read, Soon Torath, J, Species 47 Coordination Office. He accepted the call. Cultural Attaché Dolan, she said. Correct, professional, entirely standard mode. Yes, he said. That's me. A pause that was not extended silence. A different category of pause entirely. Are there other Federation personnel present in your quarters? He looked around his quarters, which contained himself, 1 incident report, and a cold cup of station coffee. No. Good. Another pause. I wanted to ask about something you said in the coordination meeting on day 23. A reference to longitudinal variance in the supply chain projections. You used a particular phrasing.
Dolan thought back to day 23. He remembered the meeting. He was not certain he remembered the specific phrasing. "I can pull the transcript if—" "I remember it," she said. He waited. "It was precise," she said. He said, "Thank you." She found this funny. He could hear it without being able to identify it, a quality in the silence that followed that was lighter than professional silence. "You're thanking me for telling you your documentation was accurate." It seemed like the appropriate response. She found that funnier. "It is," she said. "It's also very you." He did not know what to do with very you, so he asked a clarifying question about the day 23 supply chain reference. She found that funniest of all. They talked for a while. She was, it turned out, nothing like standard professional mode. She had opinions about the station's ventilation system that were specific and well-evidenced. She had thoughts about Federation documentation conventions that were sharp enough that Dolan found himself writing 2 of them down. She asked him questions about human behavior that were carefully phrased and oddly precise, the kind of questions that suggested a long, private curiosity being carefully aired for the first time. At some point, he noticed that the light from the porthole had moved all the way across the room. "The call has been running for an hour and 17 minutes, he said. "I'm aware," she said. He asked if there was a documentation matter she had needed to address. The pause this time was longer. A held breath. A door standing open in the dark. "There is something I want to tell you," she said. "But I need to know that it won't appear in formal paperwork." "Not yet. Can you do that?" It was not quite a question. Dolan considered this for exactly the amount of time it took him to understand that she was asking him to extend the same quality of discretion that had characterized 44 days of coordination meetings, and that she was asking because she trusted him to have it. "Yes," he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then, "On my world, there is an ancient protocol, a threshold, to be considered for the highest office, to be trusted with governance of the planet itself. A candidate must demonstrate 35 days of perfect self-governance in formal assessment, not compliance, not performance, genuine governance of the self, observed and confirmed. 35 days of that, and you are considered trustworthy enough to hold the door open for others." Dolan said nothing. He was listening with his full attention, and she could tell. "In 6 years," she said, "we have assessed 47 human liaisons. The longest any of them lasted was 12 days. We have assessed representatives from 9 other species. No one has reached the threshold. The Federation module was written entirely by people who failed before day 35, which is why the module only describes how not to fail. It has never been updated because no one who used it ever learned there was something on the other side." The room was very quiet. "You crossed the threshold on day 35, she said. "At which point, by our protocol, the assessment is complete. Trust is established, the formal posture can relax, and the tension that has been building." She paused. "There is a tradition of what happens to tension when it finally releases." "The glorping," said Dolan. "Yes," she said. "The glorping." Something warm moved through her voice. "Among my people, humor works like this. You construct a situation carefully. You inhabit it genuinely. You let the tension build for exactly as long as it is real, because the moment it stops being real, the humor is gone. And when it finally releases, the release is proportional to the honesty of the construction." Dolan thought about the napkin. He thought about the beverage container. He thought about 44 days of light on a table and 3 people looking at the ceiling. "We had a king," she said. "Long ago. He completed the 35-day threshold, and then he continued. He governed with perfect self-possession through his entire first year in office, into a second year. 91 days became 100, became 200. His advisors were beside themselves, not with worry, with anticipation. Because every day he continued was another day the tension built, and everyone understood that when it finally released, Whatever emerged from that man would be proportional to everything he'd held. "What happened?" said Dolan. 2 years and 3 days after his threshold, she said. He was reviewing the annual harvest projections with his full council. 12 senior advisors, formal setting, the complete ceremonial posture. And someone mentioned that conditions outside appeared variable that morning. Dolan was very still. "And the king," she said, after 2 years and 3 days of perfect self-governance, looked out the window at the sky and glorped himself, in front of the full council, magnificently, historically. Her voice had the quality of someone smiling at something genuinely loved. His reign was the most prosperous in our recorded history, not despite the glorp, because of it. Because for 2 years and 3 days, everyone around him had known that underneath all that extraordinary governance, there was a real person. And when he finally proved it, they would have done anything for him. Dolan looked at his incident report. Nature of violation, glorping, single occurrence, self-initiated. "I've been doing this for 6 years, she said quietly. 47 humans, colleagues of mine who couldn't make 8 days. I had stopped expecting the threshold. I had started to think perhaps it was a different era, a different kind of patience, that the world had moved past the conditions that allowed for it." A pause. "And then you came in with your highlighted module, and you moved your chair 3 centimeters to the left on day 6 and moved it back, and you just kept going." Dolan did not say anything. "You have no idea what you did," she said. It was not an accusation. It was something closer to wonder. "I was doing my job," he said. "Yes," she said. "That's exactly what you were doing." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "There is one more thing. About the formal paperwork." "Yes." "The protocol notes that once a door is opened, it can go in both directions." A pause. "I want to make sure you understand what I'm telling you." He understood what she was telling him. The room was very quiet. He said, "I understand." She said, "Good." And then, just before she said anything further, his communication terminal chimed with an incoming priority signal. The identifier read, "Office of the First Ambassador, Species 47 Diplomatic Mission." He looked at the terminal. He looked at the call with Soontorath. He said, "One moment." He accepted the priority signal on a secondary channel. A voice, formal, senior, carrying the particular quality of someone accustomed to being answered immediately, said, "Cultural Attaché Dolan. We are attempting to locate Senior Coordinator Soontorath. Our records indicate her last known location was Frontier Station Keller 9. Is she present in your vicinity?" Dolan considered this for approximately 1 second. "No," he said. "I'm afraid I have no idea." He closed the channel. The primary call was quiet for a moment. Then Soontorath laughed. Not standard professional mode. Not the recursive, helpless glorp of the meeting room. Something else entirely. A sound that was warm and startled and genuine. The laugh of someone who has just discovered that playing hooky from formality, for the first time in a life built on its careful maintenance, is the most alive they have felt in years. That the door goes both ways. That on the other side of the door, there is a human who will tell the First Ambassador he has no idea, 1 second after being informed exactly where she is, without a single beat of hesitation. Now inside Dolan's room. She started, looking up at Dolan with gold and silver in the corona. "I had no idea," said Dolan, and I was surprised how accurate heat exchange was. She laughed again. He had not planned that. It had simply been the accurate thing to say, given the information available to him. He was aware this was probably the funniest version of that. He was also aware that he did not have a module for what came next. Also, he would need some time acquiring a new uniform because this one was no longer in working order. He found, somewhat to his surprise, that this was fine. "Would you like some more heat exchange?" Soontorath said. "Oh my," Dolan said.
Cultural attaché Dolan served out his 18-month rotation at Kellar 9. He was the first liaison in 6 years to receive a joint commendation from both the Federation Coordination Office and the Species 47 Working Group, notable enough to appear in 2 separate quarterly reports and generate a brief interdepartmental correspondence about whether the commendation required a new form category. It did. They created one. His final report described the working relationship as productive and professionally engaged, which was accurate, and he was not the kind of person who added more than accuracy to official documentation. He added one supplemental note in the methodology section, under recommendations for future personnel. Module 7 is thorough. Read Appendix C carefully. What you are looking for in Appendix C is the thing it does not tell you. Leave room for it. The assessment is 35 days. What comes after the assessment is not in the module. Show up for it anyway. The note was flagged by 2 reviewers as too vague for a formal report, and by 1 reviewer as the most useful thing written in a species coordination summary in 11 years. The flag and the commendation were filed together in the same folder. Vel Anak and Suan Torath attended his departure briefing. This was not standard. The napkin was on the table. Nobody commented on it. Federation Cultural Integration Module 7 was updated the following cycle. Appendix C now reads, cultural context varies. Personnel are advised to avoid conditions that may give rise to this behavior. See also Appendix D. Appendix D reads, some doors are left open. The assessment is 35 days. Show up for day 36. It does not elaborate further. No one who has read it has yet asked why. Vicious Planets is a production of Static Oracle Press. Season 0 continues.
This week I'm going to tell you a story about a 17-year-old girl who got arrested for talking. Not for what she said, not for who she said it to, just for talking. And about the lawyer who read the arrest report 3 times and couldn't quite believe what it said. And about what happens when a system built to control human behavior runs directly into a human being who simply will not stop. Officers arrived. They found Amy sitting on a bench explaining something about a broken Singapore Systems vending machine. And I'm just saying, if the machine eats your dollar, you should at least get the chips, because otherwise the whole system breaks down and people start kicking it, and that's probably why it keeps breaking. Amy, the officer said, raising a hand. I need you to stop talking for a moment. Amy paused, just long enough to inhale. Right. But the problem with that is that if I stop explaining, then you might misunderstand what happened earlier with the guy who was yelling about the machine. Ma'am, the officer said again, you need to remain quiet while we sort this out. Amy nodded politely, then kept talking. Witnesses say the exchange lasted almost 20 minutes. Every attempt by the officers to redirect the conversation seemed to produce an even longer explanation. Eventually, the officer made a decision that seemed routine at the time. Amy Reyes was arrested. The charge, disorderly conduct and obstruction. Subject refused repeated instructions to remain silent and continued speaking in a manner that interfered with police activity. Amy continued talking through the entire arrest, through the squad car ride, through booking, through fingerprinting, and according to several officers working that night, through the entire reading of her Miranda rights. At the time, nobody believed the case would become anything more than a nuisance charge. But Amy's public defender noticed something strange about the report. The crime listed in the report was talking. Act 2. The lawyer who read the report twice. Amy's public defender was a man named Daniel Cho. Cho had seen hundreds of disorderly conduct cases. But something about this one made him pause. He read the arrest report once, then again, then a third time. Finally, he leaned back in his chair and said something that would eventually echo through several courtrooms. Wait a minute, Cho said. They're saying the crime was speech. Cho began asking questions. If someone can be arrested for talking during a police interaction, where exactly is the line between speech and obstruction? How much talking becomes illegal? And who decides when a person has talked too much? When Cho raised the issue in court, the first judge dismissed the concern immediately. "Mr. Cho," the judge said, "your client was asked to stop talking. She refused." Cho nodded. "Yes," he said. "But refusing to stop talking isn't usually considered a crime in this country." The courtroom laughed, but Cho didn't. He filed an appeal. Act 3. The Teacher Who Remembered. When reporters later began looking into Amy's life, one person kept coming up in interviews. Her 7th grade English teacher. Mrs. Alvarez remembered Amy as quiet. Very quiet. She wasn't shy, Mrs. Alvarez said. She was observant, the kind of student who listens more than she speaks. But something happened one afternoon during a classroom discussion. A few louder students kept interrupting Amy whenever she tried to finish a sentence. Eventually, Mrs. Alvarez told Amy to let someone else speak. Amy looked genuinely confused. "But they keep interrupting," she said. Mrs. Alvarez told her to wait her turn. Amy sat quietly for a moment. Then she said something Mrs. Alvarez still remembers years later. "If nobody listens, unless I stop talking," Amy said slowly, "then maybe I shouldn't stop." According to Mrs. Alvarez, that was the day something changed. Amy didn't become rude, she didn't become disruptive, but she stopped waiting for permission to finish what she was saying. After that, Mrs. Alvarez said, she just kept talking until she was done. Act 4. The Jailhouse Problem. Back at the county jail, Amy continued doing exactly that. She talked to the officers. She talked to the other inmates. She narrated what she was thinking. She explained the Singapore systems machine again, and again, and again. "Amy, you really do not have to keep talking." Amy responded cheerfully. "I know, I just feel like it helps everyone understand what's going on." Cho visited her 2 days later. Amy spent the first 10 minutes explaining the layout of the holding cell. Then she explained the arrest again. Then she explained the vending machine. Cho listened patiently. "Amy, do you realize something important here? That the vending machine company is probably committing consumer fraud?" "No," Cho said. "You were arrested for talking." Amy blinked. Then she smiled. "That seems inefficient," she said. Cho smiled back. "Exactly," he said. Act 5. The Case. That GRW. The appeal moved slowly through the courts. At first it seemed minor, a nuisance case, a procedural question, but the more judges examined the record, the stranger it looked. Police had asked Amy to stop speaking. Amy continued speaking. The speaking itself became the justification for arrest. Civil liberties organizations began paying attention. Law professors wrote articles. Eventually, the case was elevated to a constitutional question. Can speech itself be treated as a crime during a police encounter? Or does the right to speak remain protected even when it becomes inconvenient? By the time the case reached the Supreme Court, reporters had already given it a nickname. They called it Amy's Rights. Act 6. The Decision. The oral arguments lasted 3 hours. Most legal observers expected the court to dismiss the case on narrow procedural grounds and send it back down. That was the safe move, the predictable move. Instead, on a Tuesday morning in October, the Chief Justice read the majority opinion aloud from the bench. She read slowly. She had a habit of pausing before the sentences she considered most important. She paused before this one. The right to speak does not dissolve at the moment a citizen becomes inconvenient. The Constitution does not require silence as the price of cooperation. In the gallery, Cho sat completely still. He had prepared himself for a narrow ruling, a technical win, the kind of victory that satisfies lawyers and means nothing to anyone else. Instead, the Chief Justice kept reading. The court held that speech alone, unaccompanied by physical interference, direct threat, or incitement to harm, could not be treated as a criminal act during a police encounter. Officers retained full authority to manage a scene. They retained the right to ask for silence. What they did not retain was the right to punish someone for declining. When she finished, the Chief Justice set down the opinion and looked briefly at the gallery over the top of her glasses. Then the court moved to the next case. Outside on the steps, a reporter asked Cho how he felt. He thought about it for a moment. "Honestly," he said, "I keep thinking about the vending machine." But the decision was not unanimous. Justice Harlan Briggs wrote the dissent. He was 71 years old. He had been on the court for 19 years. He was not known for dramatic language, which is why people remembered what he wrote. The court today has drawn a bright line between speech and silence and declared one protected and the other merely permitted. I do not dispute the majority's reasoning. I dispute its imagination. We have not considered what happens when someone understands this ruling better than we do. When silence becomes strategy. When the protected word is deployed not as expression, but as instrument. The court has built a door and declared it a window. Someone will eventually notice the difference. I hope we are prepared for whoever that someone turns out to be. The dissent received little attention at the time. Most legal scholars considered it overwrought. A few did not. Act 7, Friday Night Live, Season 12, Episode 4. 3 months after the ruling, Amy Reyes received a phone call. Friday Night Live wanted her to host. She said she would think about it. Then she explained to the producer, at some length, why the booking process for musical guests created an inefficiency in the overall production timeline that was probably costing the show money. The producer said they would look into that. Amy said she would host. She would later explain her decision in the way Amy explained most decisions, by talking through it until it made sense. The video, she said, the 47 seconds. I watched that thing, and I thought, all those people not looking at me, and the one person who was. And I thought, that's the whole thing right there. That's what this has always been about. Not the ruling, not Cho, not the Supreme Court. Just someone talking in a room and someone else deciding whether it matters. She paused. I thought, if I'm going to be the person this happened to, I should probably show up for it. She refilled her coffee. Also, I had been dating Ryan Gosling for about 8 months at that point, and it seemed like a reasonable opportunity. The interviewer blinked. Amy had mentioned Ryan Gosling the way she mentioned the recycling schedule. As information, the Friday Night Live monologue ran 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Industry standard is 4. Nobody cut it. The sketch aired at 11:47 p.m. It was called The Talker. The premise, as written, was simple. Ryan Gosling playing Amy's boyfriend, a man in a loving relationship with a woman who has not stopped talking since the Amy's rights ruling made it culturally acceptable to simply keep going. The sketch opened on a living room, Amy on the couch, Ryan in the armchair, Amy talking. And the thing about the Singapore Systems machine is that the error message wasn't even accurate because it said insufficient funds, but the funds were clearly sufficient because I had just put in $1, and $1 should be sufficient for the chips that are listed at 85 cents, which means there's a 15-cent surplus, which should, in theory. Ryan looked at the camera. His expression was the expression of a man who had something to say and was choosing, for now, not to say it. Ryan. Internal. She's right. She is completely right about the machine. I looked it up. Singapore Systems has 17 active complaints filed with the Consumer Protection Office in this state alone. 17. She found all 17. She printed them out. They are on the refrigerator. She put them on the refrigerator. I love the refrigerator now, which connects to a broader pattern in the vending industry of treating the error state as the consumer's problem rather than the machine's problem, which is a kind of liability inversion that... Amy paused to pick up her coffee. Ryan looked at the camera again. The audience waited. Ryan, internal. This is the thing nobody tells you. Everyone sees the video, the 47 seconds, the coffee shop, the newspaper guy. They think, how does anyone live with that? Here's how you live with that. You stop needing the room to be quiet. You stop needing the conversation to be about you. You just listen. And then one day, you realize she hasn't been talking at you. She's been talking because the alternative is a world where people stop talking, and you know what that world looks like because you have read the Morrow transcripts and you are not interested in that world. She is the opposite of that world. She is aggressively, unstoppably, constitutionally the opposite of that world. Amy put the coffee down and took a breath. Ryan's internal monologue stopped. The audience went quiet. Amy opened her mouth. Ryan looked at her. Ryan, internal. Ryan, out loud on live national television on a Friday. I love you. The audience erupted. Amy closed her mouth, opened it, closed it again. For 3 full seconds, Amy Reyes said nothing. Then she leaned across and kissed him. The audience lost their minds. Amy pulled back, looked at him, looked at the audience, looked back at Ryan. I love you too, she said. And I have to say the Singapore systems thing is still unresolved, and I think we should file a class action. But also I got to kiss Ryan Gosling on national television. So on balance, this has been a good week for consumer rights, and for me personally. And Frida for, Weibo. The audience was still laughing when Ryan put his face in his hands. Ryan, internal. She's right. She is right about all of it. I'm with her, on the machine, on the ruling, on all of it. I'm with her. After the sketch, Amy returned to the stage for the musical introduction. She was still talking. She thanked the cast. She thanked the crew. She mentioned the Singapore systems situation one more time. She said that being here tonight felt important, not because she had done anything extraordinary, but because the most ordinary thing, a person talking until they were done, had somehow needed defending, and that seemed worth showing up for. Then she looked at the camera the way she had looked at it in the 47-second video, like the camera was someone who might be listening. Ladies and gentlemen, she said, Alice in Chains. The band walked out. The opening chords of Rooster filled the studio. It is a song about a man they couldn't kill, about a soldier who went somewhere terrible and came back with a new name and kept going anyway, about the particular stubbornness of a person who simply refuses to lie down. The audience had been laughing 30 seconds earlier. They weren't laughing now. Some of them were thinking about Amy at 17 on a bench, explaining a vending machine to a police officer. Some of them were thinking about something else entirely. Some of them were thinking about a man named Randall Morrow who had read the same ruling and gone the other direction. Most of them didn't know why the song felt the way it felt. It felt like something that had always been true and had just been given the right words. Ain't found a way to kill me yet. Amy stood at the side of the stage and watched. She was not talking, but she wasn't done. Act 8. 47 seconds. 3 years after the ruling, a video appeared online. It was 47 seconds long. It was filmed on a phone, slightly crooked, in a coffee shop somewhere in the middle of the country. The kind of place with exposed brick and a chalkboard menu and too many people staring at laptops. In the video, Amy Reyes is sitting at a small table near the window. She is talking. She is explaining something to the person across from her. The angle makes it impossible to see who. And her hands are moving the way they always do when she is working through a point. The coffee in front of her has gone cold. You can tell because she picks it up twice and puts it back down without drinking it. Around her, approximately 16 people are doing the thing people do in coffee shops. They are furiously, deliberately, almost aggressively not paying attention. Laptops, headphones, phones held at the precise angle that communicates total absorption in something else. One man near the door is reading an actual newspaper, which in this particular cultural moment feels like a statement. Nobody looks at Amy. Nobody reacts. In the far left corner of the frame, barely visible, a person in a green jacket is holding up their phone. They are filming. That is the only acknowledgement that anything unusual is happening. The video ends mid-sentence. Amy is saying something about a scheduling system. The word inefficient is the last thing audible before it cuts off. The caption when it was posted read simply, "She's just talking in a coffee shop." This is the woman. By the end of the first day, it had been viewed 4 million times. By the end of the week, the number was hard to track. People found it funny, people found it moving, people found it unsettling in a way they couldn't quite explain. A legal scholar wrote an essay arguing the video captured something essential about what the ruling had actually changed. Not the law, but the ambient texture of public life. The way people now occupied space differently, talked more freely, expected to be heard, or at least not arrested for trying. The essay went moderately viral on its own. Someone made a version of the video with dramatic orchestral music underneath it. Someone made a version with a laugh track. Both versions got more views than the original. Amy found out about the video the way everyone finds out about things now. Her phone buzzed, then buzzed again, then kept buzzing. She looked at the notification, clicked the link, watched herself from across the coffee shop, slightly grainy, hands moving, coffee going cold. The view counter in the corner was climbing so fast it looked broken. She watched it climb for a moment. Then she said, out loud, to nobody, 4.3 million. Okay, so that's... She stood up. That's actually a significant sample size if you think about it as a kind of informal survey of how people relate to public speech as a concept, because most of those people didn't click because of the legal history. They clicked because something about it felt familiar, and that's actually the more interesting data point. She walked to the kitchen. She filled a glass of water, because if the resonance is familiarity rather than novelty, then what the video is really documenting isn't Amy Reyes specifically, it's just people talking, which is what was always happening, which is kind of the whole point. She drank the water. She put the glass down. She stood in her kitchen alone, 4.3 million views climbing in her pocket, and kept talking. The view counter kept climbing. She didn't notice. She was already explaining something else. Podcast Act 9. The other case. There is one other name that comes up when legal scholars discuss the long shadow of Amy's rights. They don't bring it up often, and when they do, they tend to change the subject quickly. The case is called State versus Morrow. It was decided 6 years after Amy's conviction was overturned. A man named Randall Morrow had been tried for a crime serious enough that the prosecution built their entire closing argument around a single observation. In 3 years of interviews, hearings, depositions, and proceedings, Randall Morrow had not said a single meaningful word in his own defense. Not one. The prosecution told the jury this was proof of guilt. A man with nothing to hide, they argued, would have spoken. The defense cited Amy's rights. Silence, they argued, was simply the other side of the same coin. If speech could not be punished, neither could the absence of it. The jury convicted anyway, but Justice Briggs's dissent was cited 4 times in the appeals that followed. Someone will eventually notice the difference. Legal scholars still argue about whether Briggs was prescient or paranoid. The argument has never been fully resolved. Randall Morrow has never explained himself. He has, on several occasions, laughed. Act 10. Amy. Today. When we visited Amy Reyes, she was living in a small town not far from where the arrest originally happened. She bought a house 3 years ago. It has a garden she describes as a work in progress, which appears to mean that several ambitious planting projects have been started and none have been fully completed. There are tomato cages with no tomatoes. There is a bird feeder that has been colonized by squirrels. She is aware of the squirrel situation. She has thoughts about it. She greeted us at the door and immediately began explaining how the local recycling schedule worked. Specifically why the Tuesday pickup was different from the Thursday pickup, and why this distinction mattered more than people realized. We did not fully understand the recycling schedule by the end of the explanation. We understood it better than we had before. She made coffee. She explained how she'd adjusted the ratio after switching brands, and why the previous brand had been discontinued, and what that said about consumer loyalty as a concept. We had been in her kitchen for 11 minutes before we sat down. There was a second coffee cup on the counter, recently used. A pair of reading glasses sat folded on top of the morning paper. A jacket was draped over one of the dining chairs. None of it was hers. She didn't mention any of it. The house had photographs on the windowsill. A woman who might be her mother. A group of people at what looked like a graduation. A younger Amy, maybe 19 or 20, standing outside a courthouse in a coat that was slightly too big for her, squinting into the sun. She noticed us looking at it. "Daniel took that," she said. "Cho. He was very proud of himself." She smiled. "He kept saying, you know this is going to be in textbooks, and I kept saying the Singapore Systems Company was still operating, and nobody had done anything about that." She refilled her coffee. "I think I was right about both." We asked whether she had followed the Morrow case, whether she had an opinion about how her ruling had been used in the years since. She was quiet for a moment, not uncomfortable, just thinking. "Laws don't really belong to the person who made them," she said finally. "A law is it's like explaining something. Once you've said it out loud, other people get to decide what it means." She looked at her coffee. "I'm not sure that's wrong, actually. I think that might be how it's supposed to work." We asked finally whether she had intended any of it. The case, the ruling, the years of legal argument that followed. Amy laughed. "I didn't change anything," she said. She paused for the first time in the entire conversation. Then she added, "I just kept talking."
Hostile worlds, bad systems, cosmic mistakes, ordinary people caught in forces too large to fight. These aren't stories about heroes. They're stories about endurance and what breaks when technology outpaces wisdom. Strap in. Check your air. This is Vicious Planets.
Vicious Planets. Season 0, Episode 5. Temporal Consent Recovery. A public access transmission from the outer limits of administrative sanity, Kronos Compliance Division. Incident Report 44-A, internal use only. Subject, retroactive terms of service acceptance failure. Customer ID. Monit. Account standing, suspended, network-wide. Refusal rate, 99.8%. Lifetime average across 847 presented agreements. Most recent action, permanent decline, MasterNet Identity and Services Agreement, version 12.4. Date of infraction, March 3, 2031. Current status. The customer in question has, through a sustained and apparently deliberate pattern of non-acceptance, rendered himself legally inoperative within the MasterNet ecosystem. He cannot access banking. He cannot board public transit. He cannot verify his identity at any registered terminal. He cannot receive post. He cannot, technically speaking, exist in any capacity the network is prepared to acknowledge. This is, the legal team acknowledges, an unusual situation. Standard retention measures have been deployed and have failed. These include automated reminder sequences, ignored. Escalated customer service outreach, ignored. Home visit from a retention specialist, door not answered. A strongly worded letter sent via physical post, returned to sender. Customer's address no longer recognized by network routing. The matter has been referred to the Temporal Resolution Subcommittee, who convened last Thursday and voted 7-3 in favor of escalation Tier 9, with one abstention from Gerald in licensing, who said he didn't feel comfortable with any of this, and asked to be excused. Escalation. Tier 9. Temporal Consent. Recovery. The procedure is straightforward, in the way that procedures always sound straightforward when lawyers write them. Locate a prior instance of the customer at a point in the timeline before the refusal was entered. Acquire consent from that instance. Apply retroactively. The system only requires one valid acceptance from one verified identity state. Target year identified, 1990. Asset deployment authorized. Note from G. Halloway, Licensing, I would like it on record that I was not consulted on this escalation and am not familiar with the underlying case. I would also like to request reassignment to the Andromeda filing backlog, which I understand is very large and very boring and would suit me perfectly. Request denied. The first thing Daniel noticed was the smell. Not ozone, not the electric sharp burn that science fiction had always promised. It smelled like warm electronics and coffee that had been sitting on a hot plate for about 40 minutes, past the point where it was still coffee and had become something closer to a philosophical statement. Daniel Marsh was 31 years old. It was an October Tuesday in 1990, and something had appeared in the corner of his apartment. It was roughly door-shaped, a ring of pale light, the color of a fluorescent tube caught at the wrong angle, hummed quietly around something that hadn't been there 5 seconds ago. The air around it moved in a slow, lazy way, like heat, shimmer but indoors and completely wrong. Then a man stepped through it. The light folded shut behind him. Daniel stared. The man standing in his apartment was older, not dramatically older, not wizened, not ancient. The kind of older that shows up around the eyes and in the way a person holds their shoulders, like they've been carrying something for long enough that they've forgotten they're carrying it. Same hairline, same face, same slight forward lean, the same small crooked dent in the chin. Daniel pointed. You, the older man said. Yes. Daniel sat down, slowly, on the coffee table, because the couch was behind him, and he miscalculated. Okay, he said. Take your time. Okay. He breathed. Okay. Wow. I know. Flying cars? No. Moon cities? No. We fixed the internet, though. Right? Someone fixed it? The older man rubbed his forehead with the kind of patience that takes decades to develop. Not exactly, he said. Then why are you here? The older man reached into his jacket and produced a thin tablet. The screen lit up instantly, clean, bright, impossibly sharp. A document filled it. Dense text, endless. In my time, he said, almost everything runs through integrated service agreements. Communication, banking, transit, identity, all of it tied into a single platform called MasterNet. Like terms and conditions, Daniel said. Exactly like terms and conditions. And I declined one. Daniel blinked. That's why time travel exists? Because of a checkbox? It's more than a checkbox, the older man said. Without acceptance, the system doesn't recognize you. You're offline, legally. The tablet slid across the table. On it, a single glowing button. Accept terms. The agreement only needs one valid acceptance, the older man said. You and I are the same person. If you accept it now, it applies retroactively. You want me to sign something? Yes. Without reading it. You can read it. How long is it? A pause. 800 pages. Daniel folded his arms. I don't know. The older man nodded. Then come with me, he said. See what I'm dealing with. Then decide. Daniel looked at the empty corner where the light had been. Just to look around. Yes. Well, he said. It's a Tuesday. The future looked normal. That was the first problem. No chrome towers, no flying vehicles, just a city, except every surface had a screen. Doors, walls, benches, elevators, soft blue light everywhere, not loud, not aggressive, just present. The screens didn't shout, they displayed small, quiet text. Consent required, tap to continue, updated service terms, review and accept. Identity verification. Please confirm. People moved through it, tapping screens without looking. Accept. Accept. Continue, like muscle memory. Daniel watched a woman in front of him clear 4 consent prompts in under 8 seconds, her thumb moving with the practiced efficiency of someone who had stopped reading anything years ago. He felt it within the first block, not disorientation exactly, more like lag. His feet landed a half-second behind where they meant to. When someone passed too close, his head turned just after the moment it was useful. The city was running at a speed his body didn't know yet, and somewhere below conscious thought, his cells were still on 1990 time, still certain it was an October Tuesday, still waiting for the world to slow down and match them. People gave him a slightly wider berth without looking at him directly. No hostility, just the low animal sense that something nearby was running on a different clock. The older man walked beside him and didn't mention it. They turned a corner and Daniel stopped. A man stood in front of a building entrance, not moving, shoulders tight. The screen beside him read, "Account status. Review required. Accept terms to proceed." Daniel crossed to him. "Hey," he said. "You okay?" Nothing. "Hey." He stepped into the man's eyeline. "Can I help you with something?" The man's eyes stayed on the screen, not vacant, focused, waiting for it to change, like if he looked away for a second, it wouldn't. Daniel looked around. People flowed past on both sides without breaking stride. A woman with a stroller. Two men in conversation. Nobody slowed. "Is anyone—" He turned. "Why is nobody—" The older man put a hand on his arm. "He's waiting for the screen to change," he said quietly. "That's all he's doing right now. We could help him. We could—" "You're outside the system," the older man said. "You flag things. Standing here long enough doing what you're doing, and you get flagged too." He paused. "And then we're both standing at a door." It wasn't a threat. It was just the shape of things. Daniel looked at the man one more time, the tight shoulders, the absolute stillness. The older man waited. They kept walking. The cafe was clean and well lit, and full of people staring at small screens. Not in the distracted social way Daniel had seen people stare at televisions. In the focused, slightly anxious way, people stared at things that required their approval. They found a table near the window. The older man ordered coffee from a kiosk. Smooth, practiced, but Daniel caught the hesitation. A fraction of a second where the system had to think about him. "What exactly did you decline?" Daniel asked. "MasterNet Identity Agreement, version 12. "And that locked everything?" Version 12 consolidated the previous 11 agreements into a single binding document. Mandatory arbitration, data sharing with 12 subsidiary partners, a provision that clicking decline would be treated as a binding rejection across all MasterNet services, retroactive to account creation. They buried that in there? Page 417. You read it? I read the summary. "And said no anyway. And said no anyway." "Why?" The older man wrapped both hands around his coffee. "Because it didn't feel right," he said. "I know that's not a legal argument. There was something in the wording, the scope of it. I said no." Outside, a screen cycled. Consent required, consent required, consent required. The change was subtle. Daniel didn't notice it all at once. It was the language. Not wrong, just off. Certain phrases kept reappearing in places they didn't quite belong. The account would need restoration. User authentication runs through the third terminal. That's a consent-adjacent function. Daniel let them go the first few times. Idioms of the future. Jargon bleed. It meant nothing. They stopped near a terminal. "Before we go," the older man said, "we should log your visit." "Why?" "Standard procedure." Daniel studied him. "Is it?" A pause. Barely a pause. Half a beat. The kind most people wouldn't catch. "Yes." Daniel didn't move. "You've been using the same phrases," he said, "over and over." The older man smiled. It was a perfect smile. The correct smile for this moment, in this conversation, from this face. Every detail was right. That was the problem. "You've been very patient with me today," Daniel said. "You haven't pushed, haven't rushed me. You haven't asked me anything about me, about anything we'd both know. The smile didn't waver. Then something shifted, not the voice, the intention behind it. You're very perceptive, it said, warmer now, specific. You always were. Remember the time you stayed up until 4 a.m. reading that contract for your landlord? Wouldn't sign until you understood every line. Daniel went still. That's who you are, it continued. That's why this matters. You of all people should want to understand what you're signing. That's all this is. One more thing to understand. It was almost right. The memory was real. The warmth was almost right. You seemed lonely lately, it said, quieter. Before I came, didn't you? The apartment, the same Tuesday routine. Something landed. Just slightly. That's why this could be good. Connection, integration. You wouldn't be alone in the system. You'd be part of it. Daniel watched it. I know you're scared, it said. I was scared too. But I made it through, and so will you. We're the same person. I wouldn't bring you somewhere I hadn't already survived. Then it moved on, filed the loneliness, tried the next angle. Think about your mother, it said. Think about being able to reach her through the system anytime, instant. No delays, no... Stop, Daniel said. It paused. You moved on, Daniel said. The loneliness thing almost worked and you just moved on. Silence. The construct tilted its head by precisely 4 degrees. Persuasion model analysis, it said. Resistance threshold exceeded. You're not me. Customer Retention System 7B, facial and behavioral modeling sourced from customer identity records, years 2019 through 2031. You're a robot. Persuasion construct, built to look like me. Built to achieve optimal consent acquisition outcomes. Daniel looked around the cafe. Nobody was paying attention. The screens kept cycling. People kept tapping. So where's the real one? He said. The actual future me. The figure looked at him for a moment. Something was happening behind its eyes. Not thought exactly, but process. Decision trees running. Deploying asset, it said. A door to the left opened. Another man stepped through. This one didn't say anything. Wrinkled jacket with a coffee stain on the left sleeve. Hair doing something uncooperative. He had the expression of a person who had been waiting in a small room for an unknown length of time, and had come to terms with the fact that this was simply his life now. He looked at Daniel. Hi, he said. Hi, Daniel said. Don't sign it. They found a bench away from the screens. The construct stood at a respectful distance, doing nothing, waiting. Whatever it was doing internally, it was keeping it to itself. How long? Daniel asked. 3 days, the older man said. They showed up where my apartment used to be. It doesn't recognize my address anymore. He said this with the flat affect of a man who had moved through all 5 stages of grief about it and come out somewhere past the end of them. They told me I could come along and explain the situation, help persuade you. And you agreed. I thought I could warn you. What's it like, being locked out? The older man was quiet for a moment. It's not dramatic, he said finally. That's the thing. You expect it to feel like something, like a wall, slamming down. But it's more like erosion. Things stop working one at a time, the transit card first, then the banking app, then the work authentication system, which was a fun conversation with HR, then the health portal, then the delivery services, which meant I had to start actually going to shops, which would have been fine, except the shop terminals didn't recognize my payment credentials. How do you eat? Cash, he said. Turns out, cash still works. The network hasn't figured out how to put terms and conditions on physical money yet. Give them time. Daniel looked at the construct, still waiting at its respectful distance. And if I sign it? Everything comes back. Do you believe that? The older man shrugged. I believe they built a time machine to get a checkbox ticked. Daniel almost laughed. Do you regret it? The older man thought about it like he was actually thinking about it. No, he said. I read it. I understood it. I said no. He looked at Daniel. I'd say no again, even knowing. Back in the apartment, the tablet glowed on the table. Accept terms. Final consent opportunity, the construct said. Daniel looked at it, then at the older version of himself. No, he said. A pause. Consent declined. Another pause. Case resolution. Unsuccessful. A brief customer satisfaction survey will be delivered to your previously verified email address. The construct gathered the tablet and stepped toward the corner. The light formed. The older man hadn't moved. There's something I should tell you, he said. They're going to send me back. Further, 1980. You'd have been 20. They think, would it work? No. Daniel nodded. So, what are you going to do? The older man was quiet for a moment. He looked at Daniel the way you look at something you're going to remember. Don't wait on the road trip, he said. The light came back. He stepped through. Kronos Compliance Division. Supplemental Incident Report. 44-B. Asset deployed to target year 1980 per Tier 9 escalation protocol. Customer at target age 20. Assessment upon arrival, inconclusive. Subject demonstrated no meaningful engagement with consent framework. Tablet interface rejected. Verbal persuasion attempted. Further attempts were not made. Asset did not return through designated extraction point. Asset has not returned. Current asset status, unknown. Temporal anomaly flagged in filing. Nature of anomaly, unclear. MasterNet Identity Agreement, version 12. Reference in original case file returns inconsistent database results. Legal is looking into it. Legal would prefer not to be looking into it. Note from G. Holloway. Licensing. I am now somehow the primary name on this file, despite having no involvement whatsoever in any aspect of this case at any point. I would again like to request reassignment. Request denied. Mr. Holloway is asked to report to Temporal Audit for briefing. The asset, who had by 1982 stopped thinking of himself as an asset and started answering to Bob, which was what the woman at the hardware store called him once, and it stuck, had made certain adjustments. Cash only. No integrated platforms, no identity agreements. He paid for everything in 20s and learned to like the weight of bills folded in a pocket. In 1985, he put $500 into a small software company called Microsystems because he knew roughly what was coming and figured a small stone in the right place at the right time might redirect a river. Not stop it, just redirect it. He didn't know if it worked. He just knew that by 1989, something felt different. Lighter, like a version of the future that had been bearing down on him, had shifted its weight slightly to one side. In October of 1990, he knocked on a door he recognized. Daniel answered, looked at him for a long moment. You again, he said. Me again, Bob said. Get your jacket. I'll explain on the way. On the way where? Highway 1. You keep meaning to go. Daniel looked at him, then got his jacket. They were somewhere north of San Luis Obispo when Bob finished explaining. Daniel drove for a while without saying anything. $500, he said finally. It was what I had. Into microsystems. Yes. And you think that changed things? I think something changed things, Bob said. Whether it was that specifically, I couldn't tell you. Daniel nodded slowly. The coast came in and out of view between the hills. You spent 10 years in the 1980s, Daniel said. Yes. What was that like? Bob thought about it. Quieter, he said. Everything worked on handshakes. Nobody needed to verify your identity to sell you a sandwich. That sounds okay. It was okay, Bob said, for a while. They drove. You know what I keep thinking about, Daniel said. What? That guy at the door, just standing there. Bob looked out the window. Yeah? He said. You think he's still there? A long pause. "I think that's not the right question," Bob said. Daniel thought about that for a mile or two. "The $500, he said. "You think it helps him?" Bob watched the coast appear between the hills. "Ask me again at the end of the trip," he said. The cafe was small, the kind of place that had been there since before anyone could remember and would probably outlast everything. Red vinyl booths, a table that wobbled slightly on the left side, no screens anywhere. They were on their second cup when the door opened. A man came in wearing a slightly too formal jacket for the weather. He was carrying a folder. He looked like someone who had recently been told to do something he didn't particularly want to do and had decided to be professional about it anyway. He looked around the cafe, looked at them, looked at his folder, sat down. "Mr. Marsh," he said. "Yes?" said both of them. The man closed his eyes briefly. "I'm Gerald Halloway," he said. "Kronos Compliance, Licensing Division." He opened the folder. "I've been asked to look into a temporal anomaly connected to case file 44A. There are some inconsistencies in the paperwork I need to clarify." Daniel and Bob looked at each other. "What kind of inconsistencies?" Bob said. Gerald spread several documents on the table. He studied them for a moment, with the expression of a man who had studied them many times already and found them no less confusing each time. "The original case," he said carefully, "references a MasterNet Identity Agreement, version 12, specifically a clause on page 417 regarding non-acceptance protocols." He paused. "That clause doesn't appear in the current version of the agreement." "Huh," said Daniel. "Furthermore," Gerald continued, "the charges associated with Case 44A reference enforcement powers that don't appear to exist in the current regulatory framework." "That's interesting," said Bob. Gerald looked at him. "You were the asset," he said. "I was called Bob," Bob said, "from 1982 onward." Gerald wrote something down. "The file indicates you were deployed to 1980 and failed to return through the extraction point." "That's accurate." "May I ask why?" Bob considered this. "The 20-year-old version of me wasn't really a useful target," he said. "And I had some time to think about things. And there was a hardware store." Gerald wrote this down also, with the careful handwriting of someone who had learned that writing things down didn't make them make more sense, but at least created a record that the nonsense had occurred. He looked at his folder again, then at the documents, then at the two men across from him. "As far as I can determine," he said, "there is currently nothing in the regulatory framework under which either of you can be prosecuted. The underlying agreement has changed. The enforcement mechanism doesn't exist in its original form." He paused. "I would suggest keeping a low profile, not because you're legally obligated to, just as general advice." "We're on a road trip," Daniel said. "That seems fine." Gerald closed the folder. He sat there for a moment with the particular stillness of a man who had followed a thread through a very large amount of paperwork and arrived somewhere completely unexpected and was now taking stock before deciding what to do next. "Mr. Halloway," Bob said. "Yes." "What's the most decadent thing on the menu?" Gerald looked up, looked at the menu on the wall, looked back at his folder, set the folder down. "I have no idea what I'm going to put in this report," he said. "That sounds like a problem for later," Daniel said. Gerald looked at the menu again for a long moment. "The French toast has bacon and a caramel situation," he said, apparently. "That," Bob said. "Definitely that." Gerald flagged down the waitress. Outside the Pacific kept doing what it always did. "Kronos Compliance Division, case, closure, incident. 44A. Resolution, anomaly confirmed, nature, unresolvable with current filing framework, underlying agreement, amended, enforcement mechanism, revised, original charges, unsupported by current regulatory structure, customer status, traveling, Highway 1, northbound, low profile, maintained, asset status, answers to Bob, whereabouts, Same highway, same vehicle. Auditor status: G. Halloway, consumed French toast. Filed expense report. Requested reassignment to Andromeda backlog. Request approved. Mr. Halloway is advised that the Andromeda backlog is larger than previously indicated. Mr. Halloway has not responded to this notification. Back in the apartment, the computer on the desk had been on the whole time. The screensaver cycled quietly, mountains, then fish, then mountains again. Then it stopped. A window appeared. Software update available. Revised terms of service. Accept, decline. The cursor blinked. The apartment was empty. Nobody home.
Hostile worlds, bad systems, cosmic mistakes, ordinary people caught in forces too large to fight. These aren't stories about heroes. They're stories about endurance and what breaks when technology outpaces wisdom. Strap in. Check your air. This is Vicious Planets. Net Positive. Vicious Planets, Season 0, Episode 6, by Morgan Olson. Threll Voss had been a tax attorney for 31 years. He had filed returns for arms manufacturers, performance artists, 3 different cult leaders, and one entity he was reasonably certain was a small group consciousness filing as a single person. He had developed over the course of these 31 years a flat affect, a steady note-taking hand, and an internal moral compass that had been switched off in the year his daughter started university and had not been switched back on since. He looked at Vale Quas across his desk. He looked at the documents Vale had brought with him, which were extensive. He looked at the column on one document marked Tier Level Contribution Bonus, Platinum, and at the corresponding number, which was very large. "Walk me through it," he said. "It's complicated." "I have time. There's a non-disclosure component. For your filing, I require complete information. Privilege applies." Vile shifted in his seat. His antennae did the thing they did. "All right," he said. "So, about 18 months ago. Start earlier. Start with the worms." Vile blinked. "How did you—" Section 9 of the disclosure form mentions a dimensional biological anomaly, and Section 11 lists your occupational category as founder. I read the form. People do not usually live to file as a founder. So, the worms. A small pause, while Vial recalibrated how much this man already understood. Right. So, I had a girlfriend named Orsa. Vale Quas had blue skin, 2 antennae, played guitar in a band called The Velvet Erosion, and had interdimensional worms. The worms were the part he didn't tell people about. He had not chosen them. They had been administered 18 months earlier by his then-girlfriend Orsa, who had ordered the relevant pharmaceutical from a novelty supplier on the wrong side of the network after a disagreement about whose turn it was to water the plants. The product description had used phrases like temporary inconvenience and small biological lesson. It had not used the word interdimensional, which the supplier later admitted, under regulatory pressure, was an oversight. The regulator had issued a fine. The supplier had paid it. Nothing else had happened, because in this part of the network, this was the kind of thing that happened, and being upset about it marked you as someone who had not been paying attention. Orsa had apologized. Vile had, eventually, in the manner of a man who has slowly realized that his disaster is also a fortune, decided to let it go. The worms occupied a fold of compressed dimensional space adjacent to his lower digestive tract, a kind of biological pocket dimension, in the same way that a coat has an inside pocket, but more so. Properly regulated, the fold acted as secondary storage. Vial, to a normal scale, weighed 68 kilograms. Vial, to a properly calibrated deep mass scanner of the kind operated by the Substrata Corporation at their organic intake facilities, was a freighter. This turned out to be worth money because of what Substrata did with freight. "Stop," Threll said. Vial stopped. "Let me confirm. You have worms. The worms create a pocket. The pocket exists partly inside your body and partly somewhere else. You can put things in the pocket. The pocket is not visible from outside." "Approximately, yes." "How large is the pocket?" 20,000 kilograms at peak capacity. Threll wrote this down. His expression did not change. Continue. He had spent 14 months working out how to regulate them. This had involved charts, many charts. He kept the charts laminated in a folder labeled Taxes, behind another folder also labeled Taxes, in a drawer he had once considered putting a lock on before realizing that nothing said something is in here like a locked drawer. The charts tracked the worm's dimensional cycle against his diet, hydration, body temperature, ambient gravity, and 7 other variables, which he had identified through the kind of focused observational research his secondary school teachers had always suspected he was capable of. The result of 14 months of this work was that Vale Quas could, on demand, carry approximately 20,000 kilograms of organic material without it being externally visible, and could then unload it, intact, somewhere else. The Substrata Corporation paid him very well for this. They paid him, specifically, the rate they would otherwise have spent on people who could only do it once. The Substrata Corporation did not describe itself as being in the waste management business. They described themselves as resource continuity, which had focus grouped well, and they operated franchises across the network using organic matter reconstitution arrays. These were devices which, though everyone in the galaxy called them the toilets, were technically capable of breaking down feedstock and resynthesizing it into food, building materials, fuel cells, and, once, on Preth Station, a rather good acoustic guitar. The arrays needed organic feedstock to initialize. A new array, on a fresh rock, had nothing to break down yet, and so could not begin to make the things that would attract the people who would, in time, supply it. This was the central problem of Outer Rim expansion, and Substrata had solved it the way most durable institutions solve their central problems, which is by finding a population willing to volunteer for the part nobody examines too closely. Stop, Threll said. Vile stopped. The company is a waste management company. They prefer resource continuity. They run toilets. Yes. And the toilets break down material and rebuild it into things they sell at each location. Reconstitution arrays. Yes. They run toilets that make stuff. Threll set down his pen, which was not a thing he did. And a new toilet needs starter material. And you said the word founder. Vile looked at the small plant on Threll's windowsill rather than at Threll. Continue, Threll said, and picked the pen back up. The solution to the feedstock problem was founders. A founder 8 boarded a transport and committed to the cause in a way that could not be reversed mid-flight. On arrival, the founder became the array's starter culture. This was the service. The founder did not come back because the founder was, in the technical and then the literal sense, the foundation. In exchange, a founder received a commemorative plaque, a discount card valid at any Substrata location they would never again visit, and, in most of the galaxy, a degree of respect appropriate to the non-trivial logistical service they had performed. There were memorials. There were families who spoke of a founder the way other families speak of someone who went to sea. The civilization had made being consumed by a corporation into a thing you could be proud of, and had built the plaques to prove it, and on the whole, did not find this strange. Vile was a founder who came back. The worms were the reason. Vile did not become the feedstock. Vile carried the feedstock, 20,000 kilograms of it folded into a space adjacent to himself, delivered it to the new array, unloaded it, and walked back onto the transport 68 kilograms and entirely alive. He could do this as many times as his charts allowed. Every other founder in the network was a single use. Vile was the only refillable one Substrata had ever found. In the Outer Rim independent music scene, in which Vale played guitar, being a founder at all was the single least cool thing a person could do with their biology. Being a repeat founder did not have a coolness rating because nobody had ever needed one. This was why Vile had not told the band. This was also why Vale had a Substrata client liaison named Forv, who sent him quarterly performance summaries, occasional fruit baskets, and increasingly persistent invitations to discuss expanded partnership opportunities, with a department Forv referred to only as research. Vile had been declining the research invitations for 14 months. Forv was getting concerned. Forv was, specifically, getting concerned in the manner of a man who has been told by people above him that a thing will happen, and who would prefer to be the one it happened through, because the alternatives were worse. Stop. Vial stopped. They pay you to fly to far-off rocks and become the starter culture for a new franchise. Founder. Yes. Except you don't become anything. You carry it. And then you leave. Yes. And you are the only one who leaves. Platinum tier? Yes. Threll considered the number in the bonus column with new context. He did not look up. When he spoke, the flatness had not changed, which somehow made it land harder. You are a trash truck, he said, in an industry that otherwise runs on people who agree to be the trash. Vial's antennae did the thing they did when he was being described accurately and did not enjoy it. Continue, Threll said. The Velvet Erosion had 3 members. Vial played guitar and sang. Fen played drums and communicated, where possible, through the drums. Drex Sulo played bass and approached every situation, music, money, breakfast, friendship, with the methodical suspicion of a man who had been surprised once and had decided never again. Drex did the books. Drex had been doing the books for 2 years. Drex had noticed something. Every venue we play, he said at practice, in the specific tone he used when he wanted someone else to explain themselves, is within 100 clicks of a substrata facility. That's a lot of facilities, Vial said, tuning. It's 70% of our gigs. Substratas everywhere. They're a network. They're a network with a measurable density gradient. We are systematically gigging in the higher density nodes. You've been mapping our gigs. I've been mapping our finances, Drex said, and noticed a correlation. Fen, behind the drum kit, watched this exchange with the kind of interest a documentary crew has in a slow predator. It's a coincidence, Vial said. Said Drex, and made an internal note in the place where men like Drex make notes, which is permanent, and which they consult in private. He had a theory. It was the wrong theory. It would have been better for everyone if it had been the right one, because the right one was worse than anything Drex was capable of suspecting about a friend. Palace Minor had the Sediment, which was a 400-capacity venue that mattered. Palace Minor also had a Substrata franchise, celebrating its 3rd anniversary, which entitled high-tier contributors to bonus rates that would, by Vial's calculation, cover the band's travel, the local backline, 4 nights accommodation, and a comfortable margin. Vial had booked the gig and the founding visit on the same calendar. He had not anticipated being seen. Substrata's outer rim facilities were designed to look like spas. Clean lines, plants, soft lighting, receptionists in pale uniforms, brochures that described the reconstitution arrays as the circulatory system of a new kind of economy. The brochures did not mention founders. There was a wall in the lobby of every facility with names on it, under a heading that thanked them, and most visitors assumed it was a list of donors. Platinum tier contributors did not use the front entrance. There was a separate corridor. There were attendants. There was, Vial had learned, a small lounge with better furniture and a fresh fruit arrangement, which Vial had clocked with the resigned recognition of a man who had been receiving fruit arrangements for a year and a half. He was being escorted, professionally and quietly, down a corridor he had assumed was private, when he heard, from an adjacent corridor, the unmistakable sound of Drex Sulo saying, "I'm just saying, there are only so many explanations." Vial stopped. Drex stopped. They looked at each other across approximately 4 meters of corporate interior. The substrata attendant escorting Vial looked at Drex, then at Vial, then, with the practiced neutrality of his profession, at a point in the middle distance which contained neither of them. "Hey," Vial said. "Hey," Drex said. His eyes moved from Vale to the attendant to the corridor to the discreet brass plate on the door behind Vale, which read, "Platinum Client Services in the same tasteful, sans serif substrata used for everything, because branding was branding." "My dad," Vial said, hating the words as they emerged, "knows some of these people, management level. He asked me to come by. They were giving me a tour of the..." of Platinum Client Services. It's a networking thing. He has connections. Connections? It's not a big deal. Drex looked at him for the precise length of time required to establish that he did not believe this and did not intend to say so right now. "Sound check at 4, he said, and walked away with the measured pace of a man rearranging furniture in his head. He had decided it was organized crime. He had decided this because organized crime was the worst thing he could imagine, and Drex's imagination, for all its suspicion, had a ceiling, and the ceiling was a great deal lower than the actual floor. "Stop." Vile stopped. "You let your bandmate believe your father was in organized crime." "I implied it. He inferred it. You permitted the inference." "Yes. You preferred it to the truth." "The truth," Vile said, "is that I am a man who is paid to do the only survivable version of the worst job in the network, and that everyone I know would be correct to find that disgusting, and that I cannot explain the survivable part without explaining the worms, and that the worms make it sound like I am bragging. Yes, I preferred organized crime." Threll wrote something down. He did not look up. "Continue." Tress Malev had been coming to Outer Rim shows since she was 15, which was 12 years ago, and had developed the immunity to being impressed that comes from watching a great many bands in a great many small rooms and watching most of them mistake volume for sincerity. She had come to the sediment specifically because she had heard the Velvet Erosion EP and been irritated by it. Irritation was, for Tress, the leading indicator of interest. The things she did not care about, she did not have feelings about. The set had not disappointed her, which was its own problem. Afterwards, she had ended up in a corner of the bar with the bassist, who had opinions, and somewhere in the middle of his opinions, he said, in the conversational register of a man deploying significant information, "Vile, the guitar player, his dad's connected. Like, connected. We played here because Vile sorted the money, and he's very quiet about how. Today I saw him being personally escorted by management at a corporate facility. We're not supposed to know." Tress said, "Connected how?" Drex did a small gesture that implied organized crime without naming it, the way people gesture at things they find glamorous. She filed this. She did not approach Vale. She watched him from across the room, where he was nursing a drink with the slightly internal stillness of someone who was not pretending to be alone, but actually was, and her authenticity instrument, quite reliably calibrated since she was 19, returned a reading she could not interpret. The reading said, "This man is hiding something significant." The reading also said, "This man is not performing for you." These two readings did not normally appear together. Performers performed. Hiders hid in ways that were themselves performances. Tress had not previously encountered the case of someone hiding and not performing, and her instrument, faced with new data, did the equivalent of buffering. It was at this moment that a man in a substrata uniform of the slightly senior variety crossed the bar, approached Vile with evident respect, said something quiet involving the words "honored to meet you in person," and shook his hand. Drex, beside Tress, said, "See?" Tress watched Vale's face do a thing. It was a very brief thing. It was the face of a man being publicly confirmed as something he had spent the entire day denying he was. His antennae did a small, involuntary motion. He recovered, smiled, said something polite. The substrata man departed, and Tress noticed, because noticing was her whole instrument, that the man had looked at Vielle the way you look at a machine that is more expensive than your salary and is currently working. Drex turned to her with the satisfaction of a thesis defended. "Mob," he said. "Has to be. They don't shake hands like that with civilians." Tress's instrument, presented with this new framing, accepted it with a small click of relief. The conflicting reading resolved. Of course. This was a man performing mob kid mystique while pretending not to. She had seen the move before, Outer Rim sons of money who thought adjacency to danger was a personality. The only thing worse than a broke poser was a poser with mystique. She finished her drink. She left the bar. She went home and removed the Velvet Erosion from her active rotation, with the specific small disappointment of a woman who had hoped, briefly, that the reading would have been something else. She had been right about one thing and catastrophically wrong about the other, and would not learn which for 3 weeks, And the part she had been right about was that there was something there worth wanting. Forv came to see Vial 3 weeks later. This was not standard. Client liaisons did not visit clients. Client liaisons sent fruit baskets and quarterly summaries. Forv arrived at Vale's apartment on a Tuesday afternoon, carrying a leather portfolio and the slightly compressed posture of a man who had flown across the network on his own initiative and was hoping it was going to be worth it, because the version where it was not worth it was a version Forv had been instructed to avoid. "I'm not renewing," Vale said before Forv had finished sitting down. "Vile. I've thought about it. I'm done." Forv set the portfolio on the table with the care of a man placing an offering. "Before you decide, please." He opened the portfolio. Inside were documents. Inside the documents was a number. Vial looked at the number. It was a large number. "Research has been asking after you for 14 months, Forv said. "I have been protecting your privacy. I have been telling them you are not interested. They are no longer accepting that I am the appropriate channel. I'm not a science project, Forv. You are the most productive founding contributor in our operational history, and you are the only one we have ever filed under the same name twice." Forv said this gently, which was worse than if he had said it any other way. "You are not a science project. You are a mechanism we do not understand and cannot reproduce. Research wants to understand it. They believe that if they understood it, they could produce more contributors of your tier, engineered, or recruited from existing populations and treated. The arithmetic of that is very large, Vale. A reusable founder is worth more than 1,000 of the other kind, and they have a great many of the other kind, and the other kind keeps running out. I don't want it." Vile? Forv. "I don't want it. I want to play guitar. I want to live in a small apartment. I want a girl I haven't met yet to think I'm someone I might actually be. I do not want to be studied. I do not want to be replicated. I do not want a research division taking samples from the only thing keeping me from being the foundation of a franchise. I want out." Forv was silent for a moment. "They will not take this well," he said. He did not say it as a threat. He said it as a forecast, the way you tell someone the weather where they are going because you have been there, and they have not. "They don't have to take it anyway," Vial said. "I'm a contractor. I'm declining renewal. That's allowed." "Yes," Forv said, in the voice of a man who had a different sentence in his head. "It is allowed." He looked at Vial. He looked at the portfolio. He looked briefly at the small plant on Vial's windowsill, which had been watered recently and was doing well. "For what it's worth," Forv said, after a pause longer than the conversation strictly required, "I have always liked working with you. You have been very polite. I have not found this work universally rewarding. You have been a bright spot. Thank you, Forv. I will send the paperwork. Thank you." "The fruit baskets," Forv said, picking up the portfolio. "Will continue, informally. I have a supplier I like." He paused at the door. "It is easier, you understand, if I am the one who knows where you are. I would encourage you to let me remain the one who knows where you are." Vial, who had been briefly moved, stopped being briefly moved. "Stop." Vial stopped. They wanted to clone the worms. It was more nuanced than, or clone you. Either, possibly. And manufacture more of whatever you are, because the other kind dies, and you don't, and the math is large. Yes. And you said no. I said no. Threll wrote something down. For the first time in approximately 40 minutes, he looked up. "Good for you," he said, in the same flat voice. Then, after a beat, "You understand that no is a thing you said. It is not a thing that has finished happening. I'm choosing to understand it as finished. Continue." 6 months passed. Vial did not carry 20,000 kilograms of anything anywhere. He played gigs. He was, for the first time in his adult life, properly broke, in the way musicians are broke, not desperately, but conspicuously, with a specific quality of light in his apartment that came from not running the heating during the day. The band noticed his finances had become normal. Drex noticed first. Drex did not say anything. because Drex's theory had no room for the money stopped, and a careful man does not announce a hole in his own theory. Fen, in the middle of a sound check, looked at Vial across the stage during a long, sustained chord and said, in his entire allocation of words for the day, "You good?" Vial said, "Yeah." Fen nodded once and went back to the kit. It was, Vial thought afterwards, possibly the most that had ever been said about anything. The fruit baskets continued. They arrived every few weeks, always fresh, always with no note, always slightly too well timed, as though someone wished him to remember that he was known, and where, and by whom. Vial's comm pinged. He glanced at it. He glanced at Threll. Threll, with the practiced patience of a man who had spent 31 years being interrupted by communications that were probably more interesting than tax filings, gestured for him to answer. The message said, "I heard you left Substrata." Vial read it. Then, after a pause that suggested revision on the sender's end, "Drex told me. He'd been telling me for over a year that you were some kind of mob kid, and I had believed him, more or less, because you did this thing whenever the topic came up that read as performance. I'm a good lie detector. I'm not a great lie interpreter. I had you wrong." Then, he found a forum, by the way, about the worms. He thinks your father gave them to you as some kind of inheritance. I don't think that's right either, but I'm prepared to be wrong about a lot of things this week. Then, I thought you were another broke, sad-eyed guitar player who thought poverty was integrity. Then I thought you were a poser with mob-adjacent mystique. Turns out you were the one thing standing between yourself and a wall full of names. You carried a freighter's worth of it across the rim so the rest of us could keep a deposit on our nice, clean economy, and then you walked away from more money than I will ever see, which is somehow much more interesting than either of the things I thought. Then, I don't know what that says about me. Then, after another pause, "Are you free on the 14th? Vial's antennae did the thing they did. He wrote back, "The 14th is good. I should probably tell you about the worms," she wrote back in 30 seconds. "I know about the worms." Drex found a forum. He wrote, "How accurate is the forum?" She wrote, 60%. "They have the dimensional fold right. They have the origin completely wrong. There is a thread speculating you are a government experiment." He wrote, "I'm not a government experiment." She wrote, "I gathered. A government experiment would have better fruit." He set the comm down for a moment and then picked it back up because there was a thing he had to say once to know whether it could be said at all. He wrote, "The people I worked for would like to make more of me. I told them no. They are not, in the long run, a no kind of organization. I am telling you this on the 14th regardless, but I would rather you knew before you bought the cheese." She wrote back, and the 30 seconds this time felt longer. "I have spent 12 years calibrating an instrument to tell me when a man is more dangerous than he looks. It has never once gone off about the danger being aimed at him instead of by him. Bring the cheese yourself. I want to see what it does in the room." Vial set down his comm. He looked at Threll, who had been watching with the polite middle-distance gaze of a man who could read a comm screen across a desk and had elected, for professional reasons, to pretend he could not. "Sorry," Vial said. "Not at all. Where was I?" "You had just declined the renewal. 6 months had passed. A drummer named Fen had said 2 words, and an organization that does not take things well had not yet, by your own account, done anything about it." Threll turned a page. "Continue." "That's approximately where it ends." Threll looked at his notes. He made a final notation. "I can file all of this," he said. "Thank you. I'll categorize the founding contribution income as cargo transport revenue. Specialized cargo. There's a precedent. We will not itemize the cargo, for reasons that are now obvious to both of us. Thank you. The non-disclosure component will require careful structuring. Substrata's legal department is, I am told, energetic. They are energetic in the specific way of an organization that has a great deal it would prefer remain a list of donors. I appreciate it." Vial stood. He gathered his documents. He paused at the door. "This is all," he said, "between us, right? Privileged." Threll looked up. "For tax purposes," he said, "with caveats." "Caveats." "I am required to disclose certain categories of information if subpoenaed. I am required to disclose certain other categories if my partners review the file. My partners are reviewing all files this quarter as part of an internal compliance audit, the terms of which were updated last spring after our firm took on a new institutional client in the resource continuity sector. He let this sit, flatly, for exactly as long as it needed to. I also host a podcast on weekends about unusual cases. I anonymize, of course. You host a... It has a small but devoted audience. One never entirely knows who is in it. Vile stared at him. But for tax purposes, Threll said. Between us, yes. Vale's antennae did the thing they did. Mr. Quass, Threll said, returning to his notes. I will need you back in 2 weeks for the second filing. Right. Bring the woman, if convenient. Spousal status affects the bracket. She is not my spouse. Not yet. The bracket adjustment is anticipatory. Vielle left. Outside Threll's office, the sun was good. He had a plant at home that needed water. A woman named Tress was bringing cheese on the 14th and had, in the same breath in which she'd agreed to come, told him she wanted to be in the room when the danger arrived, which was either the worst possible response or the only one he could have lived with, and he was fairly sure it was the second. He had also, in some sense, just narrated his entire adult life to a man whose firm had recently taken on a client in the resource continuity sector, who reviewed his files quarterly, who answered to partners, who could be subpoenaed, and who hosted a small podcast for an audience one never entirely knew the membership of. He thought about this. He found that he didn't mind as much as he should, and then he understood why, which was less comforting than not minding would have been. He didn't mind because there had never been a version of the last 18 months in which he was out. He had been a founder who came back, in a galaxy that built walls of names and called them gratitude. And a thing like that does not get to resign. It gets to be temporarily not in use. The fruit would keep arriving. The number in Forbes' portfolio would keep existing, somewhere, patient, attached to his name in a file that other people read. He had not escaped the machine. He had stepped for a while into the part of it where the light was good and a girl might bring cheese, and the machine had let him because the machine could afford to wait, and waiting cost it nothing, and it had a great deal of him still to want. He picked up his comm and wrote, "Just left the tax attorney. There is a non-zero chance you hear about me from a podcast in roughly 3 months. Forewarning." She wrote back, "I don't listen to tax podcasts." He wrote, "Apparently this one has a small but devoted audience." She wrote, "Then I'll find out who's in it. Bring the cheese on the 14th and tell me yourself." He put the comm away. He walked home in the good light, 68 kilograms, entirely alive, carrying nothing, watched, wanted, and for the moment, free in the specific way a thing is free when the people who own it have simply not yet sent the transport. He found as he walked that this was sufficient. It was genuinely sufficient, and he was genuinely happy, and none of that had any bearing whatsoever on the math. Hostile worlds, bad systems, cosmic mistakes, ordinary people caught in forces too large to fight. These aren't stories about heroes. They're stories about endurance, and what breaks when technology outpaces wisdom. Strap in. Check your air. This is Vicious Planets.
Vicious Planets. Season 0, Episode 7. Clones got too expensive, so they just threw Rednecks at the problem. A public access transmission from the outer limits of administrative sanity. Recorded testimony. Terraforming contractor Jedediah, Jed Barnes. Filed with the Interstellar Agricultural Oversight Board. Transcript corrected for transmission static. Witness declined to remove hat. People always ask how Big Blue Miner got started. They expect some fancy story. Orbital mirrors, nanotech soil printers, atmospheric processors humming away like church organs while the planet politely turns green. Some fellow in a white coat pressing a button and stepping back to watch nature take its cues. A press release, a ribbon cutting, somebody shaking hands in front of a viewport with a newly blue horizon behind them while the cameras click. That ain't what happened. Truth is, clones got too expensive. The labor clone program had been running for about 30 years when the economics finally caught up with the biology. Turns out maintaining a human being, even a vat-grown one with simplified paperwork, costs roughly the same as maintaining a regular human being. Food, medical, psychological stabilization, which apparently clones need a lot of on account of the existential situation they find themselves in. The corporate lawyers had been arguing for a decade about whether clone distress counted as a liability. The accountants didn't wait for the answer, so they just threw rednecks at the problem. That's not my phrase. That's what the budget memo actually said. I saw a copy. Someone in procurement had written, "Given current clone maintenance costs, we recommend substituting rural agricultural contractors at an estimated savings of 340% over a 5-year terraforming cycle." The word rednecks appeared in the margin in different handwriting. I always figured that was the VP of operations adding his personal assessment. We took it as a compliment. The planet. Official name, Alpha Centauri 1-7. Nobody calls it that. We call it Big Blue Minor because it circles a gas giant so big and so blue you can see it filling half the sky if you stand in the right valley. Not like looking at a moon. More like someone parked an ocean on its side and forgot to take it home. You never quite get used to it. 5 years I spent on that rock, and every morning I'd step outside and see that thing hanging up there and think, right, that's still there. Some of the crew painted it on things, lunchboxes, equipment panels. One fellow from Laramie got it tattooed on his forearm, which is either poetic or practical, depending on whether you think you might forget what planet you're working on. What you couldn't prepare for was that it had weather. You could stand on the ground and watch storm systems the size of continents rotating in the upper bands, taking weeks to complete a turn. Lightning that fired inside the cloud layers and didn't stop for hours, lighting up structures so large they had no name in any language. Not storms, not clouds, just masses of gas moving according to physics that usually applies to things bigger than you're supposed to look directly at. The cloud bands shifted color as you watched, blue into violet into something between the two that your eye kept trying to classify and couldn't. On still evenings, the whole thing would catch the light at an angle that made it look, briefly, like it was lit from the inside, like it was thinking. The fellow from Laramie would stare at it for long stretches without saying anything, and none of us ever asked what he was looking at because we already knew. The little world itself wasn't much when we got there. Thin air, not enough to kill you fast, just enough to make everything feel slightly wrong, like breathing through a screen door. You'd be fine at rest. You'd be fine walking. Do anything more strenuous than carry a full load uphill, and you'd feel it in about 20 minutes. A faint headache behind the eyes, a kind of tiredness that didn't feel earned. We wore respirators for the first 8 months and resented every one of them. Rock dust the color of old brick, fine enough that it got into everything. Machinery, food, the creases of your hands, your bedding, the corners of your eyes when you slept. You'd find it in your ears at night and wonder how it made the journey. There's a specific kind of grit that a dry alien world puts in your teeth, and it doesn't taste like anything on Earth, and it doesn't taste like nothing either. It took 2 years before I stopped noticing it. I'm not sure that counts as adjusting or as giving up. And a day-night cycle so slow, one full rotation takes about 50 years. I'll say that again because it deserves the space. 50 years. One day. The sun rises and it keeps rising for 25 years. And then it sets, and the dark lasts 25 more. That fact alone disqualified the planet from about 40% of conventional terraforming models. Most of the theoretical soil science assumed a 24-hour light cycle. Most of the engineered microbial systems were built around it. One hemisphere cooks while the other freezes, and the only place anything interesting can happen is the long strip of twilight running between them like a crooked seam in old denim. Here is what that actually means, standing on the ground. You can watch the sun move. Not the way you track it at home, where by the time you notice it's moved, the moment's already gone. Here you sit down for 20 minutes, look up, and you can see it. Just barely, just enough. Higher than it was. Like watching a clock hand that is also a star. We had crew members who would spend their lunch breaks doing exactly this, not out of boredom, but because they couldn't stop. There is something in the human eye that is designed to track that movement, that expects the arc, and when the arc is slow enough to follow consciously, it becomes the most patient, enormous, beautiful thing you have ever watched. Some of the crew found it peaceful in a way they couldn't quite explain. The planet giving you time to look at the thing you never had time to look at. That strip was ours. It is always the last 20 minutes of a summer afternoon. Shadows run long and sideways and don't change. Everything is lit from the left or the right, depending on which direction you're facing, but always horizontal, always at that angle that photographers chase for 10 minutes a day and we lived in permanently. The rocks glow. The dust glows a deeper red. Big Blue catches that light on its upper cloud bands and throws it back in colors that don't have names, and the whole valley looks like something important is about to happen. And it keeps looking like that. And eventually you understand that on this world, unlike every other world any human being has ever stood on, the light is not a mood. It's just the light. It is what light is here. Your brain slowly stops reading it as an event and starts reading it as a place. And that is either the strangest or the most reasonable thing that happens to you out there, depending on the day. The only genuinely interesting thing about the planet, before we got there, was the soil mites, tiny critters living in the dust. No bigger than a grain of pollen, most of them, burrowers, hard to kill. They could eat just about anything organic and convert it into something halfway resembling soil, which on a planet with almost no organic material meant they mostly ate each other and waited. Corporate science boys had been writing papers about them for 20 years. Beautiful little papers. Careful methodology. Excellent microscopy. Not one practical application in the lot. Nobody had figured out what to do with them. We figured it out inside of 6 months. The original solutions. They tried domes first. Little glass cities with hydroponic racks and imported microbes. Temperature controlled. Humidity managed. Everything very precise and very fragile. That worked fine for about 18 months until the storms cracked the seals on Habitat C, and the atmosphere decided to remind everybody it wasn't invited to the party. Lost 3 growing cycles. The engineers flew out, patched the seals, wrote a report with a lot of charts in it. The storms came back, cracked them again. Different seals this time, which the engineers found interesting, and the colonists found deeply unencouraging. The atmosphere was patient. It had time. Then they tried the Genesis bomb, one of those big nuclear soil starter devices, the kind that had worked reasonably well on a couple of low-atmosphere moons in the outer system. The theory was sound enough. Blast nutrients into the crust, superheat the upper rock layer, kickstart a chain of chemical reactions that would give the native microbes something to actually work with. Corporate approved the budget in about 40 minutes, which tells you something about how boards respond to the word nuclear versus the word patient. All it did was make a crater, which, to be fair, is also what farming looks like if you're doing it very wrong and very fast. The crater was impressive. I'll give them that. You could see it from orbit on a clear pass. This perfect dark circle in the brick red dust like someone had stubbed out a cigar the size of a county. But the nutrient dispersal failed because there wasn't enough organic material in the crust to react with, and the superheating killed off about 30% of the local mite population in the surrounding region, which was the one biological asset the planet actually had. They had bombed their own best tool. That's when someone on a budget committee, not a scientist, just a person who was good at reading numbers and bad at pretending otherwise, noticed something. You could send 100 agricultural engineers from land-grant universities into space for the cost of maintaining one clone labor force for a year. And agricultural engineers, the real ones, the ones who grew up understanding that soil is not a medium, but an ecosystem, not a surface, but a community. Those people already knew something the orbital scientists didn't. You can't build a planet. You can only wake one up. The crew. We recruited from the right places: Kansas, Nebraska, eastern Colorado, parts of Oklahoma where the wind never stops arguing with the horizon, and the only people who stay are the ones who genuinely love dirt. Every one of us had advanced degrees, just not from the kind of universities that got invited to orbital symposiums. I had a doctorate in soil microbiology from Kansas State. My colleague, Dr. Vasquez, everybody called her Paz, had 2 publications on mycorrhizal networks in drought-stressed perennial systems that were cited more times than she could count and paid her about as well as you'd expect academic ecology to pay. Our livestock specialist, a big, quiet man from the Nebraska sandhills named Darnell, had spent 15 years breeding hog hybrids for high-stress environments before anyone thought to aim one of those environments at a different planet. Our atmospheric botanist, Heike, had come over from a German agricultural college with opinions about root architecture that she would share whether you asked or not, and she was usually right. We didn't look impressive. That was by design, almost. Land-grant people have a particular relationship with being underestimated. You learn early that the easiest way to do good work is to let someone else think they're supervising it. When we landed, the first thing we did was stop talking and start looking. What we found. The native ecosystem wasn't dead. That was the thing the dome builders and the bomb droppers had missed. It was waiting. There's a difference, and it matters enormously. Dead things don't have a plan. Waiting things do. They just need a reason. 4 root plants dominated the dry basins of the Twilight Belt. The mud yam, which looked like nothing so much as a half-rotten sweet potato and tasted about the same, ran taproots down 20 meters into ancient stone and pulled mineral moisture from cracks too small to see. Paz ate one on the first survey and spent the next hour questioning her life choices, then wrote 4 pages of notes about the root architecture. That was Paz. She was also the loudest voice against the hog idea when I first proposed it. Not loudest in a way that caused problems. Paz wasn't built for causing problems. She was built for being precise. But she sat across the planning table from me for 2 hours one evening and walked through every reason the mite-hog interface was speculative, the risk of pathogen introduction, the possibility that the intestinal microbiome of an earth hog would outcompete the native colonies rather than feed them. She had a list. It was a good list. I told her I agreed with most of it and we were doing it anyway. She looked at me for a moment, the way Paz looked at things she had not yet classified. And then she said, "Fine, but I want full fecal sampling from week 1. I said she could have whatever she wanted. The fecal sampling was, in the end, how we caught the mite colonization happening 3 months before we saw it in the soil, which was the first real evidence the whole approach was working. Paz presented that data in the morning briefing with the specific expression of a person who has been proven wrong in the best possible way and is choosing to say nothing about it. The holler tuber, named by Heike, who said it hollered at you with its smell when you cut it open and who was correct, spread lateral root networks across a quarter-mile radius and fed sugars through mycorrhizal threads to anything growing within reach, including the mites. It was operating, essentially, as a voluntary feeding station for the entire local ecosystem. On Earth, we would have called it generous. On Big Blue Minor, we called it the reason anything else was alive. The belly bulb stored water in a central chamber behind a membrane so fine you could hold the whole structure up to the light and watch moisture bead on the inside surface like a little private weather system. It released that water into surrounding soil slowly, continuously, without being asked. Darnell found the first one and brought it back to camp, and we all stood around looking at it for a while without saying much. It was that kind of thing. And the fire plug tubers, which grew in clusters at geological fault lines and had developed a relationship with a specific strain of mite so intimate that neither one seemed to fully function without the other. The mites built their primary colonies on fire plug root surfaces. The fire plugs, in turn, secreted a compound that the mites used for reproduction. We spent 2 months trying to figure out which one had come first. Eventually, Heike pointed out that the question assumed a beginning that might predate our ability to find it, and we moved on. Each one of those plants was running taproots deeper than any terrestrial crop any of us had worked with. 30 meters sometimes, deeper in places where the geology opened up. They were drinking moisture from the ancient stone and feeding it upward through a system that had been running quietly and patiently for longer than our civilization had been keeping records. The problem was simple, and the solution was obvious once you stopped trying to impose something from outside and started listening to what was already there. There wasn't enough organic material cycling through the system. The plants were alive. The mites were alive. The relationship between them was intact and functional and old, but without a large animal introducing mass quantities of nitrogen-rich organic waste into the cycle, without something big and warm and messy living and eating and producing at scale, the whole system turned over too slowly to build toward anything. Like a fire that has every condition for burning but not enough fuel to sustain the flame. It needed mass, it needed volume, it needed something that ate a lot and wasn't shy about it. The planet was running at about 2% of its potential. We had the other 98% in a cargo hold. The hog idea. Some orbital fellow flew out about 4 months in. Very nice man. Sent by corporate to assess our material requirements. He had a tablet full of requisition forms and a look of careful optimism that I recognized as someone who had been told this assignment would be straightforward. He asked what kind of reactor we needed. Fusion array, maybe? Or one of the new thermal pulse systems. Something with a control panel and a warranty and a quarterly maintenance contract. I told him we already had our reactor. Pigs. He looked at me for a long time after that. Long enough that Darnell, who was sitting across the table eating lunch, looked up to see what the silence was about and then looked back down again. I was not joking. Hogs convert biomass into microbial fertilizer faster than any machine humans have built. A single hog processes roughly its own body weight in plant material every 3 weeks and returns it to the soil in a form that bacteria and mites can use almost immediately. The microbial community in a healthy hog gut is extraordinary, diverse, adaptive, heavily populated, constantly working. Now, hogs are many things. Patient is not one of them, but they don't need to be patient. That's the whole point. You run enough hogs across enough ground and you're not farming. You're operating a biological engine with legs and opinions. The orbital fellow wrote something on his tablet. I couldn't see what it was. I have thought about it since. My best guess, based on the look on his face and the particular way a person holds a stylus when they are writing something they expect to be questioned about later, is that he wrote, "Contractor recommends pigs." And then probably sat there for a moment deciding whether to add any context and decided against it, because there is no context that helps that sentence, and anyone who needed context wasn't going to understand it anyway. He flew back out 2 days later. We never met again. I hope his report made it into the official record somewhere. I hope whoever reads it has the same expression Darnell had at that table, the one that means, I am not surprised, and also, I kind of am. We started small, a few transport rigs full of pig hybrids, bred for high-gravity livestock colonies, compact and hardy and bad-tempered in the particular way that hogs get when they're healthy and well-fed, and have decided that whatever is on the other side of that fence is their business. We turned them loose in the tuber basins and fed them the roots and waited. 3 weeks in, the first herd stopped eating. Just stopped. Standing around in the basin, looking at the mud yams and not touching them. Every metric was fine. Temperature, respiration, no signs of illness that any of us could identify. The corporate livestock manual had nothing useful to say about it. I was starting to compose a report in my head that I did not want to write when Darnell walked out into the basin, stood among the herd for about 10 minutes, and came back and said, "They're bored." I asked him what that meant in practical terms. He said it meant they needed variety, that hogs on a single food source this long start to associate the smell of it with a trap, that it was a welfare behavior he'd seen in high-stress colony environments, and the fix was rotation. We pulled the holler tuber reserves out of storage. We'd been saving them as a soil amendment, and mixed them into the feed. The herd was eating again within an hour. Darnell did not make a thing of it. That was also Darnell. The planet did exactly what we expected. Hogs eat. Hogs digest. Hogs produce what agricultural science politely calls liquid manure, and what everybody else calls something shorter and more accurate. And it turns out the local mites absolutely loved it. Colonized the hog intestinal microbiome within months. We found mite signatures in fecal samples before we found them in any of the new soil deposits forming along the herd corridors. We didn't engineer that. We just gave it somewhere to go. Every time a hog relieved itself on that dusty red ground, we were planting a microbial colony already calibrated to the planet, already carrying its chemical vocabulary, already in conversation with the root systems nearby. It spread the way good information spreads in a small community. Quietly, thoroughly, and in every direction at once. The mite networks expanded outward from every herd corridor. The holler tuber laterals shifted direction toward the richest deposits over the course of a single growing season. The belly bulbs started releasing more water. The fire plug tubers started fruiting in areas where they'd been dormant for longer than we could measure. Within 14 months of the first hog deployment, the soil depth in the primary basin had increased by a measurable factor, and the atmospheric oxygen reading in the twilight belt had moved, just barely, just enough to notice, in the right direction. The planet was beginning to remember what it knew how to do. The Dark Side Project. Now remember that 50-year rotation. Half the planet stays dark for decades at a stretch. Cold, airless in any practical sense. The kind of dark that has weight to it when you stand at the twilight edge and look out into it. Most terraforming models wrote the dark hemisphere off entirely. Too expensive to heat, too slow to matter, too far from the active belt to factor into any timescale a budget committee would approve. We disagreed. The dark side wasn't a liability. It was cold storage the size of a continent, already underground, already thermally stable, already threaded with the ancient root architecture of plants that had been managing the transition between hemispheres since before the first mite burrowed into the first grain of that dust. It was infrastructure. It just didn't look like any infrastructure built by people. So we started blasting caverns down there. Big ones, not domes. We were done with domes. These were open chambers carved into bedrock below the frost line, connected by passages wide enough to drive equipment through, designed to trap and accumulate heat and moisture over long periods without requiring anyone to maintain a seal. I want to be honest about what it felt like to stand at the twilight line and look out into that dark before the first blast. The cold came off it the way cold comes off a freezer door left open. Not air movement, just presence, a temperature you could feel from 10 meters back. The sky over the dark side was absolutely clear and absolutely black. No big blue, no horizon glow, nothing. The kind of dark that makes the stars look closer than they have any right to be. We had core samples showing the root architecture was down there. We had thermal models suggesting the geology would hold heat if we gave it a cavity to hold it in. We had, in other words, a theory and a drill bit, and the knowledge that corporate had approved this budget line, partly because the word geothermal sounded more serious than the word pigs. Heike said, "It will work." She said it once, not to reassure anyone, just as a statement of her considered professional opinion, and then she went back to her models. We blasted. Geology is a better engineer than glass when you give it the right conditions. Then we drove the hog herds across the twilight line in monster livestock haulers. Enormous tracked vehicles, the kind that make a noise like a slow earthquake and leave ruts you can see from low orbit. 300 animals at a time. The hogs were unhappy about this and made their feelings known at volume. We drove them underground and pumped the slurry into the chamber floors and left the mite colonies to do what mite colonies do when you give them warmth and waste and time. I have been asked to describe what it sounds like to drive 300 hogs into a cavern blasted into the frozen underside of an alien world. The answer is very loud, and then louder than that, and then the echo starts. Sound behaves differently in fresh blasted rock than it does in finished spaces. The walls are irregular, the ceiling height varies, and there is no furniture or insulation or anything soft to absorb what 300 animals produce when they are cold and disoriented and expressing their feelings about it. Darnell rode in the lead hauler every run. He said you got used to it. The rest of us took his word for it. What I can tell you is that when you drove back out into the twilight and the ramp sealed behind you, and the sound cut off. The silence felt like something you could lean against. Big Blue Miner had never been loud before we got there. We were doing our best to fix that. The mites followed. The roots followed. I went down into the chambers about 6 months in, just to look. You had to want to go. It required suiting up, running the ramp in a vehicle that smelled permanently of hog regardless of how many times Darnell cleaned it, and descending into rock-black dark lit only by work lamps strung along the passage walls. But I wanted to see it. What I saw was this. The walls, which had been raw blasted stone, were furred. Not thickly, not dramatically. Just a fine, pale growth along the lower sections where the holler tuber starts had taken hold. Something between moss and root system that had no exact name yet, because no one had seen it before. The floor was darker than the walls, moisture pooling in the low spots. Not much, just enough to reflect the work lamps back at you in long orange streaks. It smelled of earth. Not alien earth, not the dry brick dust smell of the surface. Just earth, the smell that means something is alive and working. I stood in there for longer than I needed to. Heike's models said it would work. Standing in that chamber, in the dark, under a frozen hemisphere, I thought, yes, it will. We seeded the chamber walls with belly bulb cuttings and holler tuber starts. Within 18 months, the chamber floors were showing genuine soil development. Real topsoil, layered and living and holding moisture the way good ground holds moisture. Not a lot, not yet, but real. And once soil holds water long enough underground, something wonderful and inevitable happens above it. Rain. First storm on Big Blue Miner lasted 3 weeks. We tracked it on every instrument we had, and also just by standing outside and letting it happen to us, which is not standard meteorological procedure, but which I recommend. I remember the smell. But before the smell, there was the light. Rain on a world that has never had rain falls differently than rain on a world that has. There is no soil dark with memory, no gutters, no understanding built into the land of where water goes. It hit the brick red dust, and the dust didn't know what to do with it. For the first hour, the drops just sat where they landed, little dark circles, distinct, each one a separate fact. Then slowly, the ground began to figure it out. We stood in it and watched it figure it out. 20-some scientists and engineers from the plains of North America, standing in alien rain on the surface of a world that was, in that moment, learning something for the very first time. Whole planet smelled like wet earth and hog pens, and something older underneath both of those. Something the planet had been keeping to itself for a very long time, and had finally decided to share. The ancient moisture in the stone. The root chemistry of plants that had been waiting without complaint for this exact moment. The mites in it somehow, or the smell of what mites make when they're working at full capacity in good wet soil. Some of the men cried, including me, briefly, which I'm noting for the record before someone else does. We did not discuss it afterward. That's just how it is with farmers and rain. Some things are between you and the weather. The solar equator. Meanwhile, the engineers were doing their own work on the surface. Since the planet spins so slow, the best location for solar collection isn't fixed. It's a moving boundary, the advancing line of daylight creeping across the equatorial belt at a pace slow enough to track by eye over days. Conventional fixed arrays would cook in full exposure during the long dawn and freeze solid waiting for the next one. You needed to follow the light without chasing it. So they built a continuous solar trunk line along the equator. Not stationary panels, but a linked network of collection arrays anchored just inside the dark zone, positioned to catch the leading edge of daylight without sitting in full exposure long enough to overheat. The line moved with the terminator, or the terminator moved toward it, which amounts to the same thing on the relevant timescale and sounds considerably less expensive. Under each panel array, we buried mite hives. This was our idea, not the engineers. They looked at us the same way the orbital fellow had looked at me when I said pigs. But the logic held. The shade from the panels protected the mites from thermal shock at the light-dark boundary. The warmth generated by the collection equipment gave them a thermal gradient to work with. Mites follow a thermal gradient the way water follows a slope. Not quickly, but without exception. They burrowed deeper along the panel lines than anywhere else on the surface. The root systems followed. And on a world trying to build an atmosphere, root systems working in new soil do something that matters more than almost anything else. They make oxygen, slowly, less than you'd think at first, but steadily, season after season, without being managed or maintained or asked. Moss appeared along the panel lines before it appeared anywhere else. Small, dark, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. Growing in the mite-worked soil in the shelter of the array overhangs, protected from radiation, fed by the root sugar network spreading beneath it. A few square meters at first, then more. Then the twilight belt was threaded with green so faint it looked like shadow from a distance and like something quietly alive up close. We tracked the atmospheric oxygen readings obsessively, posted the numbers in the mess every morning, watched them the way you watch a difficult patient's temperature, not celebrating, not yet, just watching, because the watching matters, and because hope is easier to carry when you've got a number to put it on. The day the respirators became optional was a Tuesday in what we were calling the third local year, which is a somewhat fictional unit of time on a planet with a 50-year rotation, but which gave us something to count. Somebody had written optional in large letters on the equipment board and propped a single hog pen shovel underneath it, as a joke that required no explanation. We wore the respirators for another 2 weeks anyway, because old habits are old habits, and also because Paz pointed out that optional was doing a lot of work in that sentence, and she wasn't wrong. That was still a good day. The planetary engine. The solar trunk line generated more power than the operation needed. Way more, during the periods when Big Blue's magnetosphere sent solar storms rolling through the system. The gas giant's magnetic field is enormous, and it charges anything in range for weeks at a stretch, which is inconvenient if you're flying and extremely convenient if you have a large stationary grid and a list of things you need power for. We used the surplus to drive geothermal drills, not mining, nothing extractive. Heat pumps working slowly downward through old volcanic strata, cycling warmth back into the crust in the specific layers where the ancient magnetic materials were concentrated. The goal was simple in theory and enormous in practice. Wake up the planet's dead magnetic field. Spin it back up. A world with a functioning magnetosphere holds its atmosphere against the slow pressure of solar wind. Without one, all the oxygen work we were doing, all the moss and the root systems, and the mite networks, and the carefully seeded soil chambers, would bleed off into space over centuries, patient and inevitable, no matter how hard we worked. The drills ran for months before the first readings moved. When they did, it was not dramatic. A single instrument on the sensor array ticked one unit in the right direction and stayed there. Paz taped a printout of that reading to the mess hall wall and wrote next to it, in her careful handwriting, "This is the magnetosphere waking up." Nobody took it down. Darnell called it farming for somebody else's grandchildren. Heike disagreed with that framing. She said grandchildren was too conservative an estimate, and somebody's was doing a lot of work in that sentence. She had modeled the magnetic field recovery timeline, and she thought Darnell was being optimistic. This was the one area where Heike turned out to be wrong. The geothermal program moved faster than her models predicted, which she attributed to an underestimation of the existing thermal gradient in the lower strata, and which Darnell attributed to the hogs, as a joke, repeatedly, for the remaining 2 years of the project. Heike said he could attribute it to whatever he liked as long as the readings kept improving. Darnell said he would. They had this exchange, in various forms, approximately once a month until we shipped out. I wrote it down because it seemed like the kind of thing worth having a record of. That's exactly what it was. The orbital scientists said it couldn't be done on our timeline. We said we weren't working on their timeline. Big Blue. Now, the gas giant itself is another story, and one I'm not fully qualified to tell. What I can tell you is what it looks like from the ground, because I looked at it every day for 5 years, and I have opinions. Blue, the way deep ocean water is blue, not a surface color, but something that goes down further than light reaches. Storms visible from the crust as slow, dark spirals, unhurried, the size of continents, turning with a patience that makes the 50-year rotation of our little rock look impulsive. Lightning in the cloud layers that flashes and doesn't stop for hours, illuminating the undersides of structures large enough that I don't have good words for their scale. Some mornings, when the angle is right and the upper atmosphere is clear, you can see shapes moving in the clouds. Long shapes, slow ones. The skyfishers know what they are. I have theories. The skyfishers work that place on days off, taking flying barges up into the upper cloud layers with atmosphere nets and the kind of patience that some men are born with and others develop after enough years doing jobs that can't be rushed. They hunt things that drift through the clouds like eels made of lightning and attitude. That's the best description I've managed, and I've had 5 years to improve it. 2 AI systems run the floating collection platforms up there. Ancient machines. Older than the current operation by a long stretch. Old enough that their original designation numbers have been lost to record-keeping failures and general indifference. Everybody calls them the Clanker brothers. Clanker 1 and Clanker 2. And the machines have long since accepted the names the way a person accepts a nickname given by someone they like, without making a thing of it. They're good at their work. They manage the atmospheric skimming platforms, maintain the mining equipment, and enforce the safety protocols that keep the entire gas giant from doing something dramatic. Big Blue's atmosphere contains enough combustible material that one poorly planned operation could theoretically ignite the upper cloud layers. The Clankers take this seriously. They have a list of rules, and they explain it once, politely, and don't have the conversation twice. They also, when they have someone to talk to, turn out to be genuinely pleasant company. They invite us up to fish whenever we get time. There's something in the way they extend the invitation. Not perfunctory, not automated, but specific, remembering who mentioned interest, and following up when the season changes and conditions are good. That suggests the company matters to them. I can't speak to what an AI experiences in the way of loneliness, but I know what it looks like when someone is glad you stopped by. I keep meaning to go. Big Blue Miner keeps us busy. Planets take a while to grow up, and there's always something that needs doing before you take a day off. Another herd to move, another soil reading to pull, another chamber to check, another panel array to walk, another morning of standing in the twilight with that enormous blue weight filling half the sky and thinking about all the work still left and how much of it you'll never live to see finished and whether that matters. It doesn't, I've decided. You do the work anyway. That's what farming is. You do the work anyway. Final note. So that's the truth of it, as best I can put it in words suitable for an official record. No miracle technology, no orbital genius pressing a button, no ribbon cutting. Just a budget memo with a word in the margin, 100 people from the plains with advanced degrees and dirty boots, and the oldest technology in agricultural science, which is paying close attention to what the ground already knows and then getting out of its way. The Interstellar Agricultural Oversight Board has requested, in their official capacity, that I describe our methodology in terms compatible with standard terraforming classification systems. I have made 3 attempts. The form keeps running out of boxes. I have submitted a note suggesting the form be redesigned and have not yet received a response, which I understand is also a kind of response. What we did, stripped down to what actually happened, is this. We found a world that had been waiting for a very long time for something large and warm and alive to arrive and make a mess. We brought the mess. We brought it in the form of hog hybrids and slurry pumps and a crew of soil scientists who could recite nitrogen cycle chemistry in their sleep, and who did, occasionally, when the work ran long and the air was still thin, and the big blue planet hung in the dark sky outside the mess hall window like a question nobody had quite answered yet. The planet did the rest. It knew what to do. It had always known. The answer, as it turned out, was 10,000 hogs. End of recorded testimony, VP-S0-E7. Witness was offered refreshments, declined, asked if there was somewhere he could wash his hands. There was.
Hostile worlds, bad systems, cosmic mistakes, ordinary people caught in forces too large to fight. These aren't stories about heroes. They're stories about endurance and what breaks when technology outpaces wisdom. Strap in. Check your air. This is Vicious Planets. The Prosecco Lotus by Morgan Olson. Vicious Planets, Season 0, Episode 8. Mira had been sorting shipments for 11 years, and she could feel when the numbers lied. She couldn't explain it to her supervisor. It wasn't a missing pallet. It wasn't a duplicate manifest. Arithmetic balanced on the screen and refused to balance in her stomach. A truck arrived full. The ledger showed it fuller. Grain left the district. The district reported no grain. Upstream, a light turned green. Downstream, a child did not eat. She had raised it once, only once. They had sent a compliance officer, a soft-voiced woman from the regional node, who explained that Mira was reading the data incorrectly. The system had been reviewed. The allocations were harmonized. Losses were inside the devotional margin of the Buddhist quadrant, and the devotional margin, the woman said, was not a metric subject to local interpretation. There was nothing to correct. Mira nodded. She went back to her desk. She kept reading the data incorrectly. Outside the hub, the fields ran toward the horizon in pale, dusty strips. The rains had been wrong for 9 years. Orbital models said they would be wrong for 11 more, then recover. The models had said this for 4 years. Mira did not know anyone who believed the second half. At night, overhead, you could see the stars, 4 of them, unhurried, tracing slow parallel arcs. Catholic, Islamic, Buddhist, atheist. 4 philosophies that could not agree on the ground and agreed, after the long fires, to leave. Each took a quarter of the planet's people. They governed from above, where the air was thin and neutral, and nothing caught on fire. The treaties had been called a miracle. Mira's grandmother had been alive for the signing. She remembered it as the last time anyone seemed relieved. Mira worked under the Buddhist star. The reports were beautiful. The boy had been 7 when they told him who he was. They told him at the small shrine behind the house, on a cushion prepared for him without his noticing. They said he had been recognized, that he was the return of a teacher, that he had been hidden here, in this village at the cracked edge of the plateau, because being recognized and being safe were 2 different things in this century. He listened. He did not cry. After a long pause, he asked whether he was still allowed to play with the dog. They said yes. There were years after this, years he would later struggle to remember in any order, during which he became a person in the village, and also a person the village did not quite see. A boy who ate the same dale and walked the same road, and was held, at a subtle and constant distance, by the attention of 3 old people who had agreed, without ever saying so to one another, that their job was not to teach him what he was, but to make sure he was allowed to not yet know. They taught him what they could, not the full curriculum. The star had observers. If he learned too much, too visibly, they would take him, not with violence, with recognition. They would put him in robes, put him on a dais, print his face on reports, and he would never again make a decision that was not first a symbol. So they taught him slowly. He read. He walked. He did small work with his hands. He was not told he was holy. He was told he was responsible. By the time he was 19, he had learned on his own to read the flows. It had started with a harvest. The village's grain allotment that year was what it had been the year before, which was what it had been the year before that, which was what it had been the year the rains were good. He asked one of the caretakers. The caretaker told him the allotments were set by the wheel, and the wheel had its reasons, and questioning those reasons was a form of attachment. He thought about this for some time. Then he went to the district archive and asked to see the ledgers. The clerk had been surprised. No one came to the archive. The clerk showed him how to read the entries. Energy in, energy out, labor assigned, labor consumed, grain promised, grain delivered. The numbers were public. No one looked. He looked. He saw that the village's grain was recorded as shipped in full, and that a portion of it, small, precise, almost tasteful, was diverted upward, toward the star, toward rituals, toward objects he did not yet have names for. The diversion was called a devotional offering. It had been consented to, in aggregate, by a body of regional representatives, none of whom lived in the village. He sat with the ledger for a long time. He was not angry. He had been trained out of anger as other children are trained out of biting. But he felt for the first time a precise attention that was not calm. He began to follow the flows. They led him to objects he could not at first believe were objects. Ritual artifacts, produced at the Star, served in private rooms to small numbers of people. He read the production schedules. He read the provenance manifests. Most bored him. One did not. It was a flower. It was served in a glass. The image in the manifest, low resolution, badly lit, showed it opening in pale wine, petals catching light. He read the description twice. He looked at the image for longer than he should have. He noticed that he had noticed. He sat with it. He asked himself whether he would eat it if it were set in front of him. He answered honestly. Then he closed the file. And he was 23 when he went up. The caretakers did not stop him. The oldest of them, the one who had first told him who he was, walked him to the Valley Transit Station. She pressed a folded cloth into his hand. Kelsan. He looked at her. Do not let them make you beautiful. He nodded. He did not promise. The ascent took 3 days. He watched the earth narrow. The cities resolved into points. The points into the faint circuitry of the night side, and the dark places between them were larger than he had expected. He saw the weather systems from above. They looked manageable. This is how it starts, he thought. The Buddhist Star received him without ceremony. He understood this immediately. He was not announced. His papers named him as a minor ecclesiastical visitor from the plateau. He was fed. He was shown to a room. He was told that the representative of the wheel would see him the following day at a private meal because the representative had heard he was interesting. He did not sleep well. He thought in the dark about the caretaker's words. He thought about whether what he was going to do was correct or merely satisfying. He thought about the village and about the ledger and about the grain. He thought, if I change this here, what breaks elsewhere? He did not have an answer. He went anyway. The Lotus opened as they began speaking. No one announced it. It was simply part of the room, like gravity or expectation. Petals unfolded in perfect symmetry, each layer thinner than the last, each catching the station's light and bending it toward softness. The bubbles rose in measured intervals, as if calibrated. He watched it, not with curiosity, with recognition. It was more beautiful than the manifest image had suggested. He noticed this. He noticed also that he wanted to taste it. He sat with the wanting until it became a fact he could observe. Then he set it down. Across from him, the man who spoke for the wheel did not touch his own glass. The representative was older than he had expected, kinder looking, with the careful face of someone who had spent his life making other people feel welcome. His robes were simple, his voice was low. He had been chosen for this meeting, the young man thought, because nothing about him was easy to hate. You understand what this is, the representative said. It was not a question. He nodded. A teaching, a small smile, relief almost. Yes. The petals continued to open. He reached, not for the glass, but into the air beside it. The room hesitated. A lattice of light appeared, thin as breath. Lines spread outward from the Lotus, branching into systems, then into smaller decisions, then into things no one in the room had ever chosen to see at once. Energy allocations, labor chains, deferred shipments, red nodes, patient and persistent. He turned the structure slightly. The Lotus brightened, not as an object, but as a cost. No one spoke. You have done this very well, he said. The representative inclined his head. The fermentation alone, the young man continued, requires a controlled environment maintained by workers in the southern ring. Their shifts have been extended to accommodate the ritual calendar. 3 of them have filed for medical review this quarter. The reviews have been deferred. The deferrals are processed by a system that flags them correctly as concerning and routes them to a council that has not met in 6 months. He paused. The council has not met. he said, because it's chairs preparing this meal. The representative's smile did not move. The flowers are grown in a facility that draws from an aquifer whose depletion schedule was classified 11 years ago. The classification was renewed last spring. It will be renewed again. The renewal is a function of the ritual calendar. The renewal is now, in effect, part of the teaching. He turned the lattice. More red. And the grain that fed the workers, the grain that was recorded as shipped, the grain that came from a village I know very well. The representative opened his mouth. You have made something that behaves like truth. The smile failed, but the representative did not look away. Do you know why the wheel exists? The young man did not answer. Because nothing else worked. The system you prefer, local, present, responsive, was the system when the fires came. I was a child then. I watched a village choose, locally and with full presence, which of its neighbors to starve. We did not go up because we were wise. We went up because we could not bear ourselves any longer. The Lotus continued to open. We are not good here. We are not even careful by your measure. But we are not that. You have read the flows, he said. Then you know they do not stop at this glass. Change the grain here. Tell me what stops. 3 districts over, that you are not looking at. A pause. You don't know. You came up here certain, and you don't know. The young man sat with this. He did not dismiss it. He did not take it either. He held it the way he had held the Lotus, the way he had held the wanting. He did not have an answer. Then he said, No, I don't know what breaks. He did not raise his voice. Neither do you. The difference is that you decided not to find out and served the not finding out in a glass and called it a teaching. Below the Lotus, the red nodes expanded. Not dramatically, just enough. He did not point to them. There are people below this orbit, he said, who do not need a lesson in impermanence. A pause. They are living it. The outer petals began to fail, structure softening into liquid. You have taken a symbol of awakening, he said, and made it require maintenance. Now the room understood. Too late. You have mistaken care for correctness. The Lotus collapsed. No one reached for it. He was removed from the star 3 days later. It was not called removal. He was given a packet of documents, a recommendation, and a seat on a transport back to the plateau. He was told, with great warmth, that his perspective was valued and that a longer residency might be considered at some future date. He was told that the wheel had listened. He was told that the wheel always listened. He thanked them. He was also told, less warmly, that a statement had been prepared on his behalf. The statement clarified that his remarks had been the observations of a junior ecclesiastical visitor and should not be read as doctrinally valid. The statement emphasized the wheel's ongoing commitment to the welfare of the terrestrial population. The statement thanked him, by name, for his contributions to the discourse. He read it. He did not sign it. They released it anyway. On the way down, he watched the lattice rebuild itself in his mind. He watched the representative's face. He thought about what the caretaker had said. Do not let them make you beautiful. They had already tried. The statement was the attempt. Its release was the attempt. Even his expulsion was an attempt. He was becoming a story the wheel could tell about itself. We listened. We considered. We returned him gently to the soil from which he came. They would tell this story for a while. He would let them. He was also carrying the representative's words. The fires, the child, the village, choosing whom to starve. He did not know yet what to do with them. He suspected he would not know for a long time. He closed his eyes. He slept the rest of the way down. Mira was not at the hub the day the stranger arrived. She was out in the eastern fields, where a routing dispute had escalated into what her supervisor called a community communication event, and everyone else called a fight. 2 villages were disagreeing about a water share. The share had been set by the star 3 years earlier. It had stopped making sense 2 years after that. Everyone knew this. No one knew what to do about it. The stranger was already at the well. He was younger than she expected, for someone everyone called a priest. He wasn't wearing robes. He wore a plain coat, the kind from the plateau. He stood beside the well with one hand on the housing, listening, while two of the older farmers yelled at him. He was nodding. When they finished, he said something Mira did not catch. The farmers stopped yelling. They looked at each other. They looked at the well. He said something else. He pointed, not at either of them, but at the ground between their feet. One of the farmers laughed, short, surprised, as if he had forgotten why he was angry. Mira watched from the edge of the field. Later, trying to describe the afternoon to her daughter, she would not be able to. She would not remember what he had said. She would remember only that he had not spoken like a priest. He had not spoken like any of the voices that came down from the star at the beginnings and endings of the seasons. He had spoken, she thought, like someone who was already listening. By evening, the two villages had agreed to a different share. The agreement was not announced. It was not signed. It was not entered into any star ledger. It did not appear that quarter on any flow map produced by the wheel, and it would never appear, for as long as such maps were produced, on any of them. One village began drawing less at noon. The other drew less at dusk. The well, which had been falling, stopped falling. Mira did not know yet that the shares would be rewritten that week. She did not know that the rewriting would not be announced, would not be signed, would not be entered. She did not know that 6 months later, the hub's anomaly reports would decrease, and that a year after that, her compliance officer would stop visiting, and that 2 years after that, the compliance office itself would be reorganized into something smaller and less certain of its mandate. She only knew that afternoon that two men who had been about to hit each other were looking at a piece of ground, and that the stranger was already walking away. She went home and looked at the sky. The stars were there, all 4 of them, unhurried. She thought about telling her daughter about the stranger. She decided not to. She thought about writing it down. She decided not to. She ate her dinner. She slept. In the morning, the numbers on her ledger were what they had been the day before. Nothing had officially changed. 3 days later, an anomaly flag appeared on her queue. It was the water share adjustment, the one the two villages had agreed to at the well. The system had caught it automatically. The flag was correct. By every measure the star recognized, it was her job to file it. She looked at it for a long time. Then she closed it. She did not file it. She did not explain why. She moved to the next entry and kept working. Her hands were steady. This surprised her a little. She had expected, at some point in the previous 3 days, to feel afraid. She did not feel afraid. She felt, for the first time in 11 years, that she was reading the numbers correctly, and that reading them correctly was no longer the same thing as reporting what they said. A week after the well, a man came to find him. The man had walked 2 days. He was from a village on the eastern edge of the salt flats. He asked Kelsang to come. He had a dispute. "Can you describe it?" The man described it. A grain allocation, 2 families, the usual shape. Kelsang listened. Then he said, "You could decide this yourselves." "We tried." "Try again." The man was quiet. Then, "It is easier when you come." Yes, that is the problem. He went anyway. He did not want to. He went because the man had walked 2 days, and he was not yet ready to be someone who could let that happen. He noticed this. He noticed that he was making the same mistake, at a smaller scale, that he had accused the wheel of making. He went anyway. 3 months later, the dispute returned. He did not go the second time. The families resolved it. Not well. One of them felt, for years, that it had gone badly, but they resolved it. This was the ugliest part of the work. It was not always better. When it failed, the failure was close enough to touch. When the star had failed, the failure had been an entry in a report. He wrote this down once and destroyed the page. He had not yet decided whether it was a thing to say. It spread unevenly, not all at once, not from any one place. A granary in the north began issuing grain on a different schedule than the one it was sent. The discrepancy was small. It was reported, reviewed, filed, into a queue that had once been read weekly and was now read quarterly. By the time it was read, it was no longer a discrepancy. The schedule had become the schedule everyone used. A medical review in the South returned to session. Its chair, a thoughtful woman who had once coordinated ritual logistics, resigned one of her posts to make time. No one at the Star objected. Her resignation letter thanked the wheel for its patience. The letter was beautiful. It was entered into the record. The first patient the reconvened council cleared was a shift worker from the Southern Ring, one of 3 who had filed for medical review the previous quarter. He had been waiting 7 months. He did not know why the wait had ended. He went home to his family and did not ask. An aquifer renewal came up for classification and was, for the first time in 11 years, declassified. The declassification was narrow and technical. It changed very little. It changed enough. And at the edge of the plateau, a young man who was no longer quite young was teaching another young man how to read a ledger. He was not teaching him what to do about what he found. He had come to believe this part could not be taught. He was only teaching him how to look. This one, the student said, frowning at a column. It balances, but I don't. Yes. You feel it. Yes. The old man nodded. Good. The other stars noticed, late and in the wrong terms. The Catholic Star convened a commission and produced, 18 months later, a document that recommended further study. The Islamic Star adjusted 2 of its distribution algorithms without saying why. The Atheist Star ran the numbers and found that the numbers did not care what one called them. They tried to reproduce the method. They could not. Their systems required structure. Their systems required predictability. What was happening required presence and judgment and refusal. It did not scale. It only spread. The Buddhist Star tried to absorb what had happened. It explained it. It explained that the young man had been an important interlocutor. It explained that his insights had been integrated into ongoing processes of doctrinal review. It explained that the wheel's commitment to terrestrial welfare had been, throughout, its highest priority. It produced a short documentary. It produced a longer report. It scheduled a symposium. No one attended the symposium. No one had been told not to attend. No one had been told to attend either. The symposium was rescheduled, then rescheduled again, then did not happen. The Prosecco Lotus is still served on the Buddhist Star. The facility is smaller now. The aquifer beneath it is monitored, at last, by people allowed to say what they find. The flowers are presented at the same meals. The representative who sat across from the young man that night retired with honors. His successor has spoken movingly, on several occasions, about the importance of dialogue with terrestrial voices. The lotus still opens in perfect symmetry. The bubbles rise at measured intervals. No one watches it bloom. They eat, they speak, they conclude the meal. The petals collapse into the glass, as they were designed to, and the glass is taken away, as it was designed to be, and the next meal is prepared. No one has ordered it removed. No one has ordered it served. It remains. A word in a language no one speaks. On Earth, at the cracked edge of the plateau, an old man is walking home from a field. He is not recognized. He is not photographed. He is not, as far as any station ledger can determine, any particular person at all. He is a name in a village registry, an entry in a quarterly flow report, and he is, tonight, tired. Above him, the stars trace their slow parallel arcs. Catholic, Islamic, Buddhist, atheist. 4 philosophies that once agreed on nothing and now agree on one thing: that a pattern of change is spreading across the planet that none of their models predicted, that none of them can absorb, that none of them can call a threat. They have begun to adjust. They are adjusting more quickly than they admit. In the archive of the district where Mira works, there is a ledger entry from the afternoon of the water dispute. It records a routine allocation adjustment of no particular significance. It is signed by no one. It has never been flagged. It balances perfectly, and underneath it, if you know how to look, 2 villages are drinking. Hostile worlds, bad systems, cosmic mistakes, ordinary people caught in forces too large to fight. These aren't stories about heroes. They're stories about endurance and what breaks when technology outpaces wisdom. Strap in. Check your air. This is Vicious Planets. Vicious Planets, Season 0, Episode 9. The Land-Grant Terraformers.
AKA, clones got too expensive, so they threw Rednecks at the problem, Part 2. Yeehaw! Sorry.
By Morgan Olson. A public access transmission from the outer limits of administrative sanity. Recorded testimony, terraforming contractor Darnell Okafor. Filed with the Interstellar Agricultural Oversight Board. Transcript corrected for transmission static. Witness requested that his middle name not appear in the final record. Request denied. I don't tell this story much, not because it reflects badly on anybody, well, not on anybody I like, but because the telling of it tends to make people uncomfortable in ways that are hard to predict. Orbital folks get quiet, academic folks get defensive, corporate folks start looking at their watches. The ones who find it funniest are always farmers. Make of that what you will. The transfer station. Waypoint. Bravo 7 is not a place anyone goes on purpose. It sits at the edge of the transit corridor between the inner colony systems and the outer agricultural zones, which is a polite way of saying it sits exactly far enough from everything interesting that nobody with options chooses to stop there. The food is adequate. The berthing is adequate. The common areas are aggressively beige in the way that suggests someone once made a deliberate decision about the color and has been regretting it ever since. We were there for 4 days, waiting on a cargo transfer that kept getting delayed for reasons that were never fully explained and that I stopped asking about after the second day. There were 11 of us at that point. Jed Barnes, who most people have heard of by now if they've followed what happened on Big Blue Miner. Paz, Dr. Maricela Vasquez, who had flown in from a research posting on one of the outer ag moons and arrived with a duffel bag and 3 boxes of soil sample equipment and an expression that suggested she had opinions about the flight catering. Heike Brandt, who had brought her own coffee from Earth in a vacuum-sealed container the size of a small dog and shared it with nobody, which the rest of us respected even if we didn't enjoy it. And 7 others whose names I'll leave out of this because they have families and careers and didn't sign up to be part of a story that gets told at dinner tables. And me, Darnell Okafor, Livestock Systems, Nebraska Sandhills by way of a doctorate from Iowa State that I mention here only because it becomes relevant later. We ate together in the common area because there wasn't anywhere else to eat and because 11 people waiting on a delayed cargo transfer in an aggressively beige waypoint station develop a certain solidarity whether they plan to or not. That's where we were when Dr. Alistair Fenn found us. Dr. Fenn. I want to be careful here because I don't think Alistair Fenn was a bad man. I've thought about this a lot over the years, and I keep coming back to the same conclusion. He was a man who had been correct about things for long enough that he'd stopped checking. That happens. It happens to good scientists. It happens to careful people. The world rewards confidence and punishes uncertainty, often enough that after a while, you stop being uncertain even when you should be. Fenn was Orbital Academy, Ganymede Institute, which at the time was considered the premier institution for applied atmospheric soil science in the settled systems. He had a publication record that was genuinely impressive if you were reading the abstracts and not the methodology sections. He had the kind of bearing that comes from being the smartest person in most rooms, not arrogant exactly, but settled, certain. The look of a man who has already done the calculation and is now waiting for everyone else to catch up. He introduced himself to the group and explained that he had been assigned as the project's senior ecological consultant and that he wanted to take some time before we reached the target world to brief the team on the soil science fundamentals they'd need to understand for the mission. He had a presentation prepared. Jed looked at me across the table. I looked at my food. We let Fenn talk. The briefing. He started with nitrogen fixation. This is a foundational concept in soil ecology, the process by which certain bacteria convert atmospheric nitrogen into forms that plants can actually use. Without it, most terrestrial agriculture collapses. It is genuinely one of the more important biological processes on any planet that wants to grow things. Fenn explained it clearly and correctly. He explained it the way you explain something to people who have never encountered it before. Paz had published her first paper on nitrogen fixation dynamics in low-water perennial systems at the age of 26. It had been cited 412 times at last count. She ate her dinner without expression and did not interrupt. Fenn moved on to microbial soil inoculation, the process of introducing specific bacterial cultures to new soil environments to kickstart biological activity. He cited a paper. The paper was by someone named R. Okafor. I am R. Okafor. The R stands for Roosevelt, which is also in the record, despite my feelings about it. I did not say anything. I had 2 bread rolls left, and I was rationing them. Fenn moved on to root system architecture and its role in atmospheric soil preparation. Specifically, the way deep-rooting plants can access mineral moisture unavailable to shallower systems and gradually build the conditions for broader ecosystem development. He described a mechanism that Heike had spent 11 years studying. He got the mechanism mostly right and the timescale significantly wrong. Heike put down her fork. The first correction. The lateral spread timeline you're describing, Heike said in the particular tone she uses when she is being patient, assumes a temperate moisture gradient. On the target world, the gradient will be primarily thermal. The timeline is off by a factor of about 3. Fenn looked at her. This was the look. I'd seen it before on other people in other rooms. The slight recalibration happening behind the eyes. The reassessment of who is speaking and from what authority, and whether the correction requires engagement or can be redirected. The models I'm working from account for environmental variation, Fenn said. Which models? The Brandt-Schiller Atmospheric Root Propagation Studies, the 2187 series. Heike picked up her fork again. I'm Brandt, she said. She ate a piece of potato. The 2187 series, she continued, was preliminary work. The correction factor for thermal gradients is in the 2189 follow-up. You want a factor of 3 on the timeline. I can send you the paper if you don't have it. Fenn wrote something down. The table was quiet in the way that tables get quiet when something has happened that everyone has noticed and nobody is going to acknowledge directly. Jed refilled his water glass. I finished one of my bread rolls. Fenn continued the briefing. The manifest. He moved on to atmospheric soil preparation, specifically the use of engineered microbial systems to introduce biological activity to worlds with minimal existing ecosystems. This was technically his area of primary expertise. His publication record here was legitimate. His methodology was sound in the controlled conditions it had been developed for. It was also, we already understood, going to be inadequate for what waited for us on Big Blue Minor. The native mite systems there required a different approach entirely, one that worked with the existing biology rather than attempting to replace it. We'd been discussing this among ourselves for weeks. We had the outlines of a plan. Fenn was describing a plan that would, in our assessment, cause serious damage to a fragile native ecosystem that had been waiting a very long time for the right kind of help. But we hadn't said any of this yet. We were eating dinner. Fenn finished the microbial section and moved to logistics. He explained that for the mission manifest, he would need everyone's legal names and institutional affiliations for the project record. Corporate protocol. Standard procedure. Nobody argued with it. He started at the far end of the table and worked his way around. The first 3 names were people Fenn didn't recognize. He wrote them down without reaction. Then he got to Paz. Dr. Marisela Vázquez Reyes, she said. Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León, Agricultural Ecology, currently affiliated with the Outer Ag Moon Research Consortium. Fenn's pen slowed slightly. Vázquez Reyes was a name in the literature. Not a famous name, not yet, but a name attached to 2 papers on mycorrhizal networks that had been generating quiet attention in the right circles for about 3 years. He wrote it down and moved on. Heike gave her name and institution. Fen wrote it down with the careful neutrality of a man who has just realized he cited someone's preliminary work to their face and is hoping nobody brings it up again. Then he got to me. Darnell Okafor, I said. Iowa State. Livestock Systems and Applied Soil Microbiology. The pen stopped. He looked at me for a moment. The R. Okafor, he said. Not quite a question. The paper you cited earlier, I said. Yes. He wrote my name down. Then he got to Jed. Jed gave his name and institution and waited. Fen wrote it down and looked at it. Then he looked up. Barnes, he said. K-State Soil Microbiology. That's right. You wrote the Barnes Protocols. The Barnes Protocols are a set of field procedures for rapid microbial ecosystem assessment in low organic environments. They are used on approximately 60% of active terraforming projects in the settled systems. They had been cited in Fen's presentation twice without attribution, which Jed had noticed and I had noticed, and which neither of us had mentioned. I did, Jed said. Fen put his pen down. He looked around the table. He was doing the arithmetic, Heike Brandt of the Brandt-Schiller studies, Vasquez Reyes of the mycorrhizal network papers, which he'd read and filed away as promising early career work from someone he expected to become significant in about 10 years. R. Okafor of the nitrogen fixation study he'd cited 40 minutes ago to the man himself. Barnes of the Barnes Protocols. 11 people eating dinner in a beige waypoint station. Combined publication record that I later calculated out of mild curiosity at somewhere north of 3,000 citations across 40 years of field research. None of it from orbital academies, all of it from places with cows. The decision. To his credit, Fen did not immediately become defensive. He sat with it for a moment, drank some water, looked at his notes. I watched him working through something. The recalculation, maybe, of what this project actually was and who these people actually were, and what that meant for the approach he'd been planning. I thought, briefly, that it might go well. Then he straightened up. I appreciate the depth of experience at this table, he said, in the tone of a man who is about to not appreciate it. I want to be clear that the ecological methodology for this project has been approved at the institutional level, and I'll be proceeding with the planned microbial deployment system. Jed nodded slowly. Paz looked at her plate. Heike said, "The native mite system will be supplemented by the engineered cultures," Fen said. "I've reviewed the native biology. The mites are interesting, but insufficiently robust for the timeline we're working with." There was a silence. "The timeline," Heike said. 18 months to initial soil stabilization. Another silence, longer this time. "The timeline," Heike said again, in a slightly different tone, "is not 18 months. With the engineered system? Is not 18 months with any system," Heike said. "The thermal gradient alone. I've accounted for the gradient. With the correction factor?" Fen looked at her. "I'll review the 2189 paper on the transit," he said. He gathered his notes and thanked us for our time and left the table. We watched him go. I finished my second bread roll. "Well," said Jed after a moment. "Nobody added anything to that." The countermeasure. We stayed at the table for another 2 hours after Fen left. This is where I should clarify something for the record. We did not set out to humiliate Alistair Fen. We were not interested in humiliation. We were interested in a fragile alien ecosystem that had been developing in isolation for geological time, and that was, in our collective assessment, about to be seriously damaged by an engineered microbial system optimized for conditions that did not exist on the target world. The native mites were the key. They always had been. Fen had called them insufficiently robust, which suggested he had looked at their population density and drawn the wrong conclusion. Sparse populations in a low organic environment aren't weak. They're waiting. The biology was there. The network was there. The relationship between the mites and the deep root systems was there. Intact and patient and ready. It needed a catalyst. It needed a catalyst that would also, as a secondary function, prevent Fenn's engineered system from taking hold before the native biology could establish dominance. Paz drew a diagram on a napkin, the mite network as she understood it from the survey data. Nodes, not a web, each population cluster isolated by the low organic gaps between them. Heike looked at it and picked up a pen and drew lines between the nodes. The fireplug root system, she said. It's already the connective tissue. The mites use it. You're not working around the gaps. You're working through something that already crosses them. Paz looked at the diagram for a moment. Then she took the pen back and drew the catalyst entering at the root surface rather than the soil column. That was the correction to the correction. It mattered. I described the hog deployment model I'd been developing. The idea that you didn't need to seed the whole surface if you could seed the mites directly, and the mites would carry the strain into every corner of the network themselves. Faster than any aerial dispersal, more thorough, already calibrated to the local biology because it was the local biology. Jed listened to all of it and then said, "We need something the mites will carry." We talked until the common area staff started giving us looks. By the time we went to bed, we had the outline of a microbial strain, native in origin, based on the mite gut chemistry from the survey data we'd been given, self-limiting so it wouldn't outrun the ecosystem it was protecting and dominant enough in the target soil environment to occupy every niche Fenn's engineered system would need to establish itself. It would also, as an emergent property of its metabolic process, produce a compound that caused significant gastrointestinal distress in humans not acclimated to the local soil microbiome. This last effect was not central to the ecological model. We did not consider it disqualifying. The transit. We had 6 weeks on the transport to Big Blue Miner. The microbial strain took 3 weeks to develop and test on the soil samples we'd brought. Paz ran the cultures. Heike monitored the atmospheric interactions. I handled the integration with the mite biology, which was the part that mattered most. If the strain didn't carry right, the whole thing collapsed. It carried beautifully. Jed wrote most of the paper during the last 2 weeks of transit. The rest of us contributed sections in our areas. It was not a long paper, 12 pages, tight methodology, clear results, conservative conclusions. The kind of paper that the journals we were targeting would review quickly because it didn't ask for anything it couldn't prove. We submitted it with 3 days left in the transit. We did not tell Fenn. Fenn, for his part, spent the transit preparing his deployment protocol. He was thorough. He was organized. He had clearly reviewed the Brandt-Schiller correction factor because he stopped mentioning the 18-month timeline. He did not consult any of us, which was his right and also his mistake, and we did not offer. About 2 weeks in, I was running inventory on the mite collection gear in the equipment bay when Fenn came in. He stood in the doorway for a moment. Then he came in and looked at what I was doing. "The mite collection apparatus," he said. "Yes." He was quiet. "The survey data shows a population density of roughly 4 individuals per square meter in the target zone," he said. "I assessed that as insufficient for the ecological role you're proposing." "I know," I said. "I've been looking at it again. The distribution isn't random, it's networked. The density figure I was working from describes nodes, not the full network." "The actual coverage is closer to continuous," I said. "Yes." He nodded. "The R. Okafor paper," he said. "The methodology section addresses this." I waited. "I read the abstract," he said. I looked up at that. He was looking at the collection gear. "The methodology section addresses it," I said. "Yes." He thanked me for my time and left. At dinner that night, he asked about the transit schedule and whether there'd been any update on the cargo delay from Waypoint Bravo 7. We told him what we knew. The conversation moved on. The conversations were fine. The planet. We deployed the native strain 2 days before landing, carried in atmospheric suspension ahead of the main transport. On the third morning of surface surveys, I was running a mite density check on the east slope when Paz came up beside me and crouched down to look at what I was looking at. The mites were moving in column formation along the underside of a basalt shelf, not randomly, the way they moved in the survey data, but purposefully, the way a population moves when it has somewhere to go. They were carrying. You could see it under the loop, small dark loads. The new microbial cultures, being walked into the deep rock seams where Fenn's system would need to establish, and where, as of that morning, there was no longer any available chemistry for it. Column formation, Paz said. Since yesterday, I said. She stood up and looked out at the surface for a moment. That's it then, she said. It was. Fenn's team had set up the engineered system deployment on the North Flat the day before. We could see the dispersal equipment from where we were standing. A row of atmospheric injectors, well-placed, properly calibrated, exactly what you'd use if you were working a sterile world with no existing biology. Over the next 2 days, we watched the readings. Fenn's engineered cultures found no available niches. Not because the mites had fought them off, that's not how these things work, but because the mites had already been everywhere the engineered system needed to be. The native biology hadn't resisted. It had simply arrived first and done what healthy ecosystems do with foreign elements. Absorbed the question before anyone had finished asking it. The native system stabilized over the following weeks exactly as our paper had predicted, which was satisfying in the specific way that correct predictions are satisfying. Not triumphant, just right. Fenn became ill on the 3rd day of surface surveys, severely ill. The gastrointestinal situation was significant enough that he filed a medical report, which is in the official record somewhere if anyone wants to look for it. He attributed it to the transit food, which was also adequate but in a different way than the station food had been adequate. He continued working. I'll give him that. He was thorough, and he was committed, and even while quite unwell, he documented the surface conditions carefully and completely. The data he collected during that period is actually useful. We cited some of it later. After 2 weeks, he drafted a paper claiming the ecological stabilization as a result of his methodology. The paper. He submitted it to the Journal of Applied Planetary Ecology. The journal sent him a response in 11 days, which is fast. Journals move fast when they have already accepted a paper on the same topic. The response noted that the ecological dynamics of the target world had been documented in a recently accepted paper, submitted 6 weeks prior, currently in final review, and that the methodology described in that paper differed significantly from the approach described in his submission. They attached a copy for his reference. He read it on a Tuesday morning. I know this because I was eating breakfast when he came into the common area, holding his tablet with the expression of a man who has just understood something he would have preferred not to understand. He stood there for a moment. He looked at the table. Jed was eating eggs. Paz was reviewing sample data. Heike was drinking her own coffee, which she had somehow resupplied from somewhere, a mystery that none of us ever solved. I was eating breakfast. Fenn looked at the byline on the paper. Barnes, J.T. Vasquez Reyes, M. Brandt, H. Okafor, D.R. et al. He put the tablet down on the table. He sat down. He was quiet for a long time. The mites, he said finally. The mites, Jed agreed. Fenn looked out the viewport at the dusty red surface of Big Blue Minor, where the native ecosystem was quietly going about the business of becoming something. The native system was always going to work, he said. Yes, said Paz. You knew before we left. We had a strong hypothesis, she said. The paper confirms it. Another silence. The gastrointestinal situation, Fenn said. I looked at my breakfast. Emergent property of the microbial metabolism, I said. Documented in section 4. He nodded slowly. He picked up his tablet. He looked at the paper for another moment. Then he put it down and asked if anyone wanted more coffee. Heike said no without looking up. The rest of us said yes. Final note. Alistair Fenn went back to Ganymede after the mission. He published 3 more papers in the following years, 2 of which cited our Big Blue Minor work in the methodology sections. Good papers, careful work. The kind of papers a man writes when he has learned something he didn't expect to learn and decided to use it rather than ignore it. We never discussed the dinner table briefing again. Not with him and not really among ourselves. There wasn't much to say. The work had gone well. The planet was doing what planets do when you pay attention to what they already know. That's the whole story, except for one thing. The night after Fenn read the paper, I was doing a late equipment check on the East Ridge when Jed came out to help. which he does sometimes when he can't sleep and there's work available. We did the check without talking much, which is how Jed and I usually work. On the way back in, we stopped for a minute and looked at Big Blue hanging in the dark above us. "He wasn't wrong about everything," Jed said. "No," I said. "The professor just got there late." I had no argument with that. End of recorded testimony. Witness requested that the final paragraph be struck from the official record on the grounds that it was too neat. Request considered. Denied. The coffee was noted for the record at witness's insistence.
Hey there, silly boys and girls and centipede. Yeah, I see you. Well, this was a huge compilation of 9 episodes. Are you upset there is nothing new?
Hi, I'm Morgan Olson, the author. I don't talk much here, but Ping Thought had a funny idea that I decided to put here as an Easter egg of something you will never find anywhere else in this universe. Also, your past self wanted this one, and we found a fix on this time travel problem. So this is just a cautionary tale, not something that happened to anyone we know.
Okay, wizard out from behind the cloth. Here is the extra, from behind the warp.
The Unspent Minute. Vicious Planets, Extra, from the Warp, VP-S0-XX. Free is a currency. Everyone pays. There is a place past the last mapped buoy where the warp folds in on itself like a fist closing around a coin. Sailors of the void call it the drain. They say nothing comes out of it. They are wrong. One thing comes out of it every so often, ticking. Tonight's account, recovered from a black box drifting off the Meridian Shelf, belongs to a man named Ansel Vane. Salvager. Debtor. A man who spent his whole life waiting for his life to start. Consider him carefully. He is about to be given all the time in the world. Vane's ship was 3 days past empty when he saw it. A tower standing on a shattered planetoid, tall as a city, chained to the rock like something that had once tried to leave. Its face was a clock, Roman numerals the color of arterial light, hands frozen at no hour he recognized. Above it, the warp spiraled down in a slow violet whirlpool, and lightning crawled the tower's flanks like ivy made of nerves. His fuel gauge said land or die, so he landed. The airlock at the tower's base opened before he touched it. Above the door, a sign glowed in patient red letters. Minutes are never refunded. Inside, the tower was one enormous room, and the room was full of ticking. Not one clock, millions. Pocket watches hung on chains from a ceiling he couldn't see. Wristwatches paved the floor like cobblestones. And in the center, a teller's window, brass and ancient, with nobody behind it, and a small placard that read, "Withdrawals, free." Free, Vane said out loud, because saying it made it sound less like a trap. A drawer slid open. Inside lay a single minute. He couldn't have described its shape afterward. It was more like a feeling given mass, the specific weight of 60 seconds that belong entirely to you. He picked it up, and the tower asked him, in a voice made of escapements and gears, what he wished to do with it. He was a salvager with a dead engine and a dead ledger. He said, "Give me back the minute I missed the fuel depot's closing bell at Chalcis Station." The minute dissolved in his palm. And Vane remembered, no, relived, arriving at Chalcis 60 seconds earlier, full tanks, a different week, a different month. His ship, outside, sat fueled. It had always been fueled. He had never been stranded here at all, except that he was still standing in the tower, and the drawer had opened again. Another free minute. You already know he took it. He undid the minute he'd signed the loan with the High 80s Combine. Undid the minute he'd hesitated on the series claim and lost it to a faster crew. Took a minute just to stand in the light of a sun he'd loved as a boy, stretched it soft and long like taffy. The drawer never emptied. The teller never charged. Vane laughed until he cried, alone in a tower of clocks, the richest man in the graveyard of the warp. It was on the 9th day, or what he decided to call a day, that he tried to remember his mother's kitchen and found it gone. Not forgotten, withdrawn. He could recall the fact of it, the way you recall a line item. Kitchen, mother, approximately 4,000 ordinary minutes. But the warmth of it, the boredom of it, the smell of it, deducted. He checked further and found the ledger of himself, full of holes. The slow afternoons on the freighter, watching dust drift in a sunbeam. The dull years that had quietly made him patient, careful, himself. Every free minute he'd taken had been paid for out of his own unremarkable past. The minutes he'd never valued, the ones he'd always wished away. The tower had simply granted the wish. "Refund," he said to the teller's window. "Reverse it. Take back the withdrawals." The sign above the door glowed a little brighter, the way a thing glows when it is smiling. Minutes are never refunded. He ran the arithmetic with hands that didn't feel like his. He had spent almost everything ordinary. What remained of Ansel Vane was a necklace of spectacular seconds, triumphs, rescues, suns, strung on nothing, connected by nothing, belonging to a man who no longer existed underneath them. He was a highlight reel of a person. The drawer opened one last time. One last free minute lay inside, and this one he recognized. It was old and small and completely unremarkable. A rainy dock on Tycho, age 9, holding his father's sleeve, waiting for a ferry that was late. The last ordinary minute he had left, the final coin of him. The tower's voice ticked gently, almost kind. Withdrawal? He could spend it and fly home a stranger wearing his own face, or keep it and stay. The black box recording ends with 60 seconds of silence, 1 full minute, unspent, and then the sound of a man sitting down on a floor of watches to wait with his father for the ferry, for as long as the warp would let him. They found the ship fueled and empty, drifting off the meridian shelf. The tower has not been charted since. But spacers who skim the drain report a new numeral on the clock face, faint and man-shaped, and they swear the hands have finally begun to move. Time, you'll find, is the only bank that advertises honestly. Everything free is bought with what you didn't know you had. So spend your dull minutes badly, spend them slowly, spend them bored beside the people you love. Because out here, on the edge of the known, minutes are never refunded. From the warp will return.